My mic is not. Good evening. We will call the regular board meeting for Wednesday, May 11th, 2022 to order at 4:03 p.m. Kathy, roll call, please.
Dr. Bankus? Mrs.
Dr. Bankus is on excused absence today.
Mrs. Daniels?
Present.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Here.
Mr. Loma?
Here.
Mr. Malpacum?
Here.
Mrs. Nelson?
Present.
Mrs. Ott?
Here.
So we have 6 board members in person, and Director Bankus is on excused absence today. The next item on the agenda, we will observe a moment of silence. Director Jorgensen, can you please make a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the agenda as amended by removing item F7, budget transfers, appropriations, and FTE approvals, as there are no budget transfers, appropriations, or FTE approvals.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Kathy, roll call, please.
Mrs. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Aye.
Mr. Loma?
Mr. Lomas just stepped out.
Mr. Malpacum?
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson?
Aye.
Mrs. Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. We do have executive session scheduled today for about 90 minutes, roughly. Director Ott, can you please make the motion to enter into executive session?
Yes. I move that the Board of Education convene into executive session to discuss negotiations per CRS 24-6-402-4E. Particular matter, interest-based bargaining, meet and confer for educational support professionals, ESP, executive professionals, and Colorado Springs Education Association, CSEA.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please. Kathy?
Mrs. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Aye.
Mr. Loma? Mr. Malpacum?
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson?
Aye.
Mrs. Ott?
Aye.
Ayes have it. We'll enter into executive session now and reconvene for a regularly scheduled board meeting at approximately 5:30. Welcome back. We are reconvening in public session, and there is no need to modify the agenda after our executive session. It's good to see all of you. It's always exciting when the boardroom is packed with students and staff that we are going to recognize later this evening. For those of you who did not see the start of the meeting, the agenda as amended, the agenda was amended by removing item F7, budget transfers, appropriations, and FTE approvals, as there are no budget transfers, appropriations, or FTE approvals. Pledge of Allegiance. May I please have the Doherty High School CTE students to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Yep, come on up. Yep, right there. Thank you, guys. That was awesome. And you guys are all dressed in similar shirts. So is that part of your CTE? I'm assuming that is part of your CTE attire. So next on the board agenda is awards and recognitions. Dr. Gleditch, looks like we have people that we are going to be thanking.
Yes, sir,
So
we do. And we might take the large crowd first. This evening, we have the opportunity
This evening, I'm sorry, the mic wasn't on, that was my fault. This evening, we have the opportunity to recognize our District 11 Crystal Apple Award Committee's recognition of teachers. The committee suspended the Teachers of Excellence Award for the past 2 years due to COVID and the uncertainties about large gatherings. But this year, like last year, the committee chose to do notes of recognition, encouraging administrators, students, colleagues, and parents from across our community to recognize a teacher in writing with a note or preparing a video documenting the teacher's positive impact. So the committee received notes of recognition for 46 teachers. 46 teachers, yes, and that would be from all across our district. And D11's Media Production Services Department produced a video that we'll show as well. But I just would like to talk from the heart that I remember the Crystal Apple Awards each year when I was superintendent with Colorado Springs School District 11. And it was one night that was really an enjoyable night because it was a night when I had an opportunity to listen to teachers being recognized with a Crystal Apple Award and their beliefs and values in public education and what they do for our students across the district, and that would be at all levels. So this was one event that I always look forward to attending because I went home inspired by our teachers, just like our teachers inspire our students. So at this time, if our Crystal Apple teachers will come forward, we would like to have a group picture, and at the same time, we're going to show a video. So if our Crystal Apple Award recipients could please come forward and don't be shy. Tall people in the back, shorter people in the front.
Quality teaching, providing examples to our students and encouraging them to choose teaching as a career. Hello, I'm Barbara Harris with Crystal Apple Teaching Excellence Awards. This committee is made up of community members, retired teachers, and former school employees. Our goal is to recognize teaching excellence in School District 11 and encourage students to consider teaching as a career choice when they graduate. As part of our program, we recognize teachers on Valentine's Day and also during Teacher Appreciation Week. The Crystal Apple Valentine is a way to recognize the teachers and the school district staff during Valentine's and let the students show their appreciation of their teachers and staff with a card, a pin, and a small donation. And now I would like to present the notes of recognition to the teachers of 2022 that are being recognized for their passion, their commitment, and their adaptability in the classroom in School District 11.
Little kids at Columbia love Miss Murphy because she is so kind and loves us all so much. During the pandemic, whenever I was scared or anxious, she always made time to talk to me. She taught me how to use art to communicate my big feelings. And now that we're back at school, if I ever need a hug or someone to remind me that everything is going to be okay, I just find Miss Murphy. She is my safe place at Columbia, and I love her.
I'd like to nominate Miss Karen for the Crystal Apple Award. She has always just gone above and beyond my expectations to make sure that we're on the same page and that my child is getting the help that she needs.
My Sparkle 9 first grade teacher, Miss Jensen, deserves a Crystal Apple Award because she teaches us how to work with others to solve problems. She helps me develop and reach my goals. One of my goals was how to know how to spell all of the flowers. Every week, my teacher checks in with me to review progress towards my goals. I know what is expected from me and how to get help when I need it.
Teaching online kindergarten during a global pandemic has presented unique challenges that we feel Mrs. Knight has excelled at resolving. She has created an environment that is welcoming and enriching for our children. Every day she is working to make sure that the mental and physical needs of her students are being met, which is not an easy task in a virtual environment. The final reason we feel Mrs. Linda Knight is deserving of the Crystal Apple Award is her continued support of her students and their families. She is always available via phone or email if any of her students or their families need her. Thank you.
Thank you to our teachers and staff for their commitment to excellence in School District 11. To read all of the submissions of the nominations, you can go to the Crystal Apple website.
Before I let our teachers go, I think on behalf of the teachers and our board members behind our teachers, we want to recognize the D11 Foundation and the El Paso Council PTA. Because if it were not for them and for the forward thinking many years ago with El Paso Council PTA, we would not be recognizing teachers today like we have been for many years. So if you're a representative of the foundation or the El Paso Council PTA, raise your hand, stand up tall so that we can see you, and show our appreciation. Okay, so now you're dismissed, and thank you for being here tonight, and it's really nice to see familiar faces, and I've been in a few of your classrooms even this year, and I know why you're up here. Thank you. Congratulations.
So, congratulations. Just a wonderful tribute to all of you, and I also want to thank D11 Media in putting that video together. So thank you, guys. Thank you for all that you do. And have a wonderful rest of the school year and relaxing summer. Back to you, Dr. Glitich.
Yes, thank you, President Malpacan. Board members, I also have the pleasure this evening to introduce to you 10 Doherty CTE students who competed in the 2022 Colorado Skills USA Conference. Several of the individuals I'm going to introduce to you tonight earned the Colorado State Champion titles and have qualified to compete at the National Skills USA Conference held this summer in Atlanta, Georgia. These 10 students, oh boy, they come right up. This is wonderful. These 10 students have truly made a difference with our CTE program, with Doherty High School, but more importantly, with D11. I'd like to introduce you to Pedro Alcula, Piper Aldurich, Ishan Brown, Dylan Chris, Colton Huff, Colin Jaromijo, Che Newmeyer, Nick Olmstead, Samantha Perry, and Kevin Sanchez. These students deserve our appreciation, but more importantly, they deserve a round of applause because you know what? They put their learning in the right place. They're doing the right things that students should do, and they're making a difference in D11, but more importantly, they're making a difference for themselves. So let's give them a big hand. And thank you. Appreciate it, sir. Sherry's taking Deborah's place.
3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
So congratulations to all of you, and good luck at the national event in Atlanta later this summer. Next on the agenda, School Spotlight, and today we have Swigert Aerospace Academy. Dr. Glitich, I'll turn it over to you.
Board members, in the audience tonight, we have Principal James Nason, and Principal Nason, if you could come forward. He's been the principal at Swigert Aerospace Academy, and he is going to spotlight his school this evening for the community and you. Jim?
Board members, Dr. Glitich, we're very pleased to be here. I brought along my sidekick, Stephen Carragher, who is currently my assistant principal. And we'd like to share with you one of the things that we have at Swigert, which is the Swigert Success Academy. Prior to getting to that, if we can go on the next slide, we wanted to share some of the data that we have at Swigert concerning enrollment in our SPF. And if you look at the graph, you can see that we were on a nice trajectory. The year prior to COVID, we were at 566. Then COVID came in, and we've seen a dip that has come down. However, if you go to the next slide, I've been at Swigert for 10 years, and we brought in 2017, 2018, and 2019 SPF data because the last 2 years were frozen and are unique. But as you can see, our academic achievement in 2017 and 2018 was at 25. Our growth was 47.9 and 40.2. And our SPF percentage was a 37.8 and a 34.1 in 17-18, which put us in priority improvement. The school had been in turnaround and priority improvement as long as I've been there. In 2019, the year prior to COVID, our achievement jumped to 43.8 and our academic growth to 59.8, which pushed us up into the performance category at a 53.4, which I attribute to the hard work of our teachers, our parents, and the staff at school. Dan and I were there just to guide them, but it is a testament to the work that was done at the school to move it from the position it was at to the position we were in 2019. Fingers crossed we see what happens this year, but COVID has been kind of a slam to everybody. What we're here tonight for is to talk about our Swigert Success Academy, and I would love to give you all the data on that, but this is Dan's baby. He came to me, and we looked at some of the kids that we had that were struggling behaviorally, academically, with attendance, and he put our heads together and said, how do we fix this? Kids that were behavior, you could move out, but where do we send them? Kids with attendance, how do we get them in? And coursework, we can't get coursework, we can't increase grades if they're not in the building. So what Dan did and what we talked about was how can we take part of the building and move kids into that building, move them into that area, and give them what they need, which was intensive counseling, pat on the back, hug if they needed it, some remediation while we kept them on grade level material, and then what do we do with them next? So I'm going to let Dan talk to these slides.
Hi, thank you all for allowing us to speak tonight. And for those of you that were on this board when this all got approved, I want to graciously thank every single one of you for letting this happen. We had Corey Nodestein, if he's in the crowd, I thank him too, because he gave us one of his ESSER funds, one of his FTE in order to pull this off. And so the SSA program is a Tier 3 program, opt-in program for parents for students that need that social, emotional, academic, and behavioral supports. It's a system where we have 3 of the best teachers in our building housed in an outbuilding, so it's a little bit of a segregated scenario for those students. But these teachers are there for them to help them practice those social skills, let them act out and have behaviors without immediately going to suspension or expulsion. And so what we did was create a whole system. And if you go to the next slide, I can talk about the eligibility for it. So to get into the program, we have an EWS system, an MTSS system in our school that includes follow-up meetings with students, tiered interventions, tiers 1, 2, and 3. We attempt everything in our power in the classroom, in the main building, to get these students to respond to these interventions. And after 3 follow-up meetings, if they're unsuccessful, they're officially candidates for this SSA program. So in order for them to even be considered, they do have to go through 3 follow-ups. They have to have documented proof that Tier 1 and 2 are not working for them, documented proof that parents are involved in the system and in the process of that tiered intervention process from the beginning, as well as mandatory meetings with these parents so that they can approve this very, very unique program. And then if you could go to the next slide. For graduation, a big piece of the success of this program is gradual release model. It allows these students to go in, get their interventions, work through their gaps, and then graduate back into the main building. 1 class at a time, just lunch in some cases, multiple classes, or full graduation back into the system. And so we've worked over the last semester allowing all these students the opportunity to work on some of the gaps that they had and ended up having some great success. And so if you go to the next slides, I won't spend a ton of time talking too much data, but we do have 31 students in the program. We had 5 students graduate completely out of the program successfully. Of that 5, or in addition to the 5, we did have 2 or 3 others that did graduate completely, but unsuccessfully. And so that is another piece of this program. If they're unsuccessful in that tracking process, they do go back and gradually come back into the system a second time if there's time for them to do so. Eligibility, or excuse me, expulsion, to be overly honest, a lot of these students were on the path of being expelled, and all 31 of them were eligible for that process. And we ended up with 3 expulsions at this point and literally saved every single other one of those students. And so for us, it may sound like small numbers, but that's huge in not only our culture, but also for those students and what their futures entail. And so other results, if you go to the next slide.
So
yes.
Just hang on 1 minute, Mr. Carriger.
Absolutely.
So in the board agenda at 6 o'clock exactly, we have to call for public hearing on the MLO plan amendment. That's
Awesome.
on the agenda today. So Kathy, do we have any public comments for the public hearing regarding the MLO plan amendment? No, sir. Okay, we don't have any public comments regarding that. Back to you again.
Perfect. And I can abbreviate the rest of this really quick. So out of all of this, I'll tell the dad, you have some numbers up there, and we had some outstanding growth in every single one of our students in some way or another. We have a lot of data on teacher input, and I can tell you that it changed our entire culture overnight. The second we implemented this program, we had massive change in culture in the main building. And so moving forward, we are going to try to continue this program and see more success and watch these students grow. We have a lot of students asking to join the program at this point, which was unexpected and great. And so we've been very happy with it. So thank you all for allowing us to do this and test it out. It's been working awesome. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Hang in there.
Yes.
The board may have a couple of questions.
Absolutely.
I want to thank you, Principal Nason, first. And I heard how you slipped in right there at the very beginning that assistant principal, he is just the assistant principal for the time being. So with that, I have to congratulate you on your stepping up as the next Saban principal. So
Thank you.
we look forward to your great success at Saban.
Thank you. Thank you.
With that, board members, comments or questions to Principal Nason? Director Jurgensen.
Yeah, he glossed over that fact, but they saved 28 kids from expulsion. I think that deserves a round of applause.
One thing I'd like to add is we did save them from expulsion, but when they went down, there was still the behavior criteria. The first day that Dan and I went down and explained what the program was, we were not very popular people, but explained how to get out of it. And one thing Dan did mention, but there are kids who exit the program and then ask to go back in because of the level of comfort that they have from the staff that are teaching in that program, from the counseling that's in there. So it is, we saved them in 8th grade. We hope it continues, but it is just a way to meet the unique needs of some of our students.
Yep. And refused to graduate. We had 4 more that would not leave.
Director Daniels.
Thank you. That was one of the things I wanted to acknowledge as well, because I remember when we were looking at the Watson campus and we were talking about, at that time I was a community member, but the conversation was about bringing that campus to a different degree of students and abilities and insights, and that's exactly what you're doing. You're giving us another opportunity to see this works. If we're willing to come together, innovate, meet the need, and grab the ones who are going outside the fold and bringing them back in, it works. And I appreciate you doing the work that isn't traditional, that isn't what's expected, and you're reaching them because that's what they needed. So thank you for that. And I don't know if everybody knows how this got started. Can you give a little history about how that happened? Just a tad bit?
Yeah, so this wasn't the first time we've done this. Yes, so back pre-COVID, we did attempt this another time, and it was because of behavior, and it was really focused on the behavior more so than the social emotional side. And so we did pilot it one other time successfully and just didn't have the FTE to support it. So when we came back from COVID, and we have what I keep calling the COVID hangover, it really raised a lot of concern about behavior, social emotional, as well as academic gaps. And so that was the catalyst for us to really push to try to make this happen again.
And I think a testament to it is the staff, when Dan presented the program, what it would look like, the staff had to decide if they would increase their class sizes a few to free up people that could go into that. So they agreed to take on an extra student or two. So the fact that out of a class of 30 kids, you can take 32, 33, maybe one that comes out, and that student is dysregulated and needs some extra support, but that creates an unbelievable positive impact in that classroom. So our teachers came together and decided this is what we would like to do as a school. We know this is going to happen, but we're okay with that. But the teachers stepped up as well to pull this program together.
Yep.
Director Loma.
Now, I might have missed it. Is this particular to your community, or is it district-wide that you bring kids?
Particular to us with our kids at our school.
Okay, all right. And do you, like, I know Tesla has their students as well, I guess very similar to what you're doing. Okay, I just wonder, now, do you
Yeah.
work with Tesla, or you're just independent?
So, great question. And at first, we were working with Tesla and Wasson to try to get our students somewhere other than expelled. In that process, we built this program because the fluidity that we needed for those students to go grasp some skills and then come back.
Right.
It was too disjoint and too much of a hassle to disenroll, re-enroll, and work
To
that
send them there and bring
closely.
them back, yeah.
Right, and so we built it internally to avoid that.
And with our families, transportation was an issue, so we had some transportation, but even that
Yeah.
was difficult for families. So we realized that the best place for our kids was at our school and our families at our school.
So that more of a, I guess you could be called a pilot program in case it's needed in other areas?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, thanks, appreciate you.
Director Nelson.
Thank you for coming tonight and presenting. This is really exciting to learn about. And I might have missed it, but how long have you been using this program? When did it start? I'm sorry if you shared that and I just missed it.
We got approval first semester, so we started it second semester for this year, and we ran it one other semester back in 2019.
Okay, so just since January of this year then? Okay.
Yeah, and it's taxing on FTE, and that's the struggle.
That was gonna be
So,
my next question.
Yeah, it's my crazy mind of master scheduling found a way to make it happen, and we pulled it off with what we had. And so we're going to attempt to do the same again next year and enhance it if we can.
Great.
It was Corey Notstein had ESSER money, that COVID money helped.
Mhm.
And we were able to have teachers work on their plan period in that department, in the Success Academy, as well as some elected teachers that would pick up an extra period. So it was
okay.
kind of a shuffle of funding to allow people to be part of that, and able to, again, teachers agreed to take a couple extra kids if we could move 2 teachers down to be full-time in the
Right.
program.
So how many FTE are coming from the ESSER funding versus your budget out of your school?
So we got, out of the .2s, we needed a total of 7 of those. So 1.4, I believe we had .4 of that was our own, and we got a 1.0 from Corey. It was more dollar amount though, so it worked out.
Because it was
in our favor.
mid-semester, we were given, I quote me, that about $120,000 that we could post for a position and use for materials and other furniture, things like that. But we couldn't post the position, just there was no one out there that we knew. So we went internally and used the money to use the .2, the overloads. And so teachers agreed to work on one of their plans to have that overload.
So, sorry.
Go ahead.
So you, I guess I just want to make sure I understand how this works in case we want to spread it to other schools. You have specific teachers that this is all they do all day, or it's teachers working during their planning time to cover?
It's a combination of both.
Okay.
Yeah, so perfect world scenario, 4 FTE is what it would take to be perfect. We worked it with 2 full-time teachers and 7.2 teachers working on plans.
Got
So
it.
seven other teachers just got involved and
And you
helped.
said that would be the perfect world? Like you're
Perfect
good?
world would be 4 FTE.
4,
Yep.
okay. And I guess my last question is, what do you need? Is there anything that you need to
4
help?
FTE.
Okay, you already said it. Nothing else?
Yeah,
Okay.
What I didn't talk about is all of how we got the kids to grow. A lot of incentives. There's a huge incentive base to this, and so that takes funding. But that wasn't anything that was too hard for the school to scrounge up.
Middle school kids are like seals. Seal will go for fish, and middle school kid will go for candy, chips, whatever. So we created, and it was up there, it's a store. They earned a reward system. So part of that was finding a way to use whatever money we had, whether we could go to excuse me, to get chips or drinks, or taking them lunch, buying them lunch, just things that we knew that kids would go after. And so that was one thing, and it wasn't a whole bunch of money, but it was just something that, out of your pocket, out of whatever, to get kids to do that. The biggest issue, though, were the FTE. The rooms are there. It's just looking at it and finding a way to carve that FTE out or have that FTE so that you can put the right people in that building. And that's another one, is finding the right people who have the temperament and the the love and the desire to work with a very, very difficult clientele.
Yeah. Yeah. And would you say that there's an incentive that the kids want to go back into their classroom? I know you said in some cases the kids didn't want to graduate, but once they, I mean, if you're earning chips and drinks and then you go back to your regular classroom and you're not getting that anymore, I mean, did you run into that?
It's the chips and drinks, because you kind of wean them off of that.
Okay.
But I think
It's the teachers.
It's the teachers, and it's the support that they get. And, you know, running it for a semester, we saw that our goal is to run it for, or my goal, to run it for a year and have that transition. But the fluidity is what makes it work. We had kids, and honestly, we had kids, when we first came out to lunch, they came out for lunch for one day, their behavior was horrible, they lost lunch. So it was really this consequence to your action. And it's really trying to build that skill set with kids too. There's a class we call speech and debate. And really it is how to argue with each other without flying off the handle.
Yeah.
And it's how to maintain and don't get dysregulated while you're having a conversation with someone. And so
That's great.
kids would come back in and, you know, Ms. Garrett, I want to go back in, you know, or how do I get into that program? And some kids saw it as, oh, you get chips and fun stuff, but they didn't realize that there was a lot that went into getting that one bag of Takis, you know, or a candy bar. It is tremendous.
That's great. Well, just so I have my notes clear, for FTE, and that's, you know, you had 31 students in total, so you would say 4 FTE for 30 students. So if your student enrollment was higher, hopefully that's not the case, but you would maybe need more.
Right.
Okay.
And it's hard. It is really hard, and that's the hard part to justify 4 FTE, because we're talking 4 FTE for
Right.
30 to 40 students. And we've had a lot of visitors come and check out the program. When you put 7 to 10 of the hardest of the hard kids into a room together, you're really tapped out. And so it comes down to really making that justification of, is 28 students saving those 28 and giving them the future worth for FTE?
Yeah, right.
And that's
Right.
a decision that we made. On the positive side, a lot of the strategies we use with those students, the restorative practices, the trauma-informed care that we give those students, that bled into our main building. So it's easy for us to stand here and say that we'll throw 4 FTE at that all day long and
Yeah.
save those students, because
It impacts the rest of the
It
school.
helped everybody.
Yeah.
It really did.
And
Yeah.
the process to get in is very stringent. It's not me as a teacher saying, I don't like Mr. Carriger, he's not behaving in my
Right.
classroom, he needs to go in. There is a lot of work that the teachers have to do and to move a kid into that. One last thing, and I don't want to take all your time. We had a little girl who was playing basketball. She was up in the stands and they were misbehaving. And it was the other team let us know, so we looked at the cameras and the dean brought them in and worked through it, and the little girl told the other boy in there, we have to own what we did. And we would have never, ever thought we would have heard that from Terry.
Wow.
We have to own what we did.
Yeah.
And the other kid, no, I'm not ratting. We have to own what we did. And at the end, the 3 kids who I think were all in the program, maybe one wasn't, and they all owned what they did. And then we, had consequences, but just to hear that was like, okay,
Yeah.
we
That's
got
huge.
across it, we got to
Yeah.
her. Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for the work that you're doing with these kids. It's exciting.
Well, thank you. Appreciate what you came and presented to the board. How are the parents with this program? Are they receptive?
So, you want to start?
Well, I'll tell you, at first, they don't want it.
Right.
And we've had parents, we tag team. So I had a parent who told me on Friday, yep, they can go in, because there's a grade level, we each have a grade level, we call our parents to work with them. Yep, put them in on Friday, over the weekend, no, I don't want them in, not gonna listen to me, so we'll ship them to Dan, and we explain what happens. And so we're very upfront with parents, very upfront what's going to happen, and we let the parents make the choice. I'll let Dan share some of the parents that maybe didn't make the choice initially and how we went.
Yeah, so the whole process is incredibly collaborative with the parents, to the point where it's daily communication with those parents to try to see the growth. And we really work with them at home and at school to lift some of the grounding that happens at home for positive things that happen at school. And so that has worked out really well. We have a few students that did not want any part of the program. and convince their parents to get them out. I'm kind of hard-headed when it comes to that. So I would have meetings, we would have constant meetings, convince them for one more week, and one more week, and one more week, to the point where 7 weeks in, I still had a parent that were like, nope, take the kid out. I want them out. I was like, all right, your wish is my command, however it works. And so we let them out. 2 days later, they're calling us up and begging to put the student back into the program. We had 2 parents, 3 parents, 2 parents that refused to utilize the program, and those students are unfortunately not successful, and there was not a whole lot we could do. The rest of the parents, we've had unbelievable support to the point where they fought, and kudos to this parent, fought to get their student into the program, but there were huge hurdles with just the fact that it was a student with an IEP. And so we had to work with district and work with some barriers to try to allow that student in. And so they fought enough, and we fought enough to allow that to happen. And so parents, their comments are, why aren't we doing those strategies, those skills, those things in the main building? And why can't this be just a building-wide thing? And so 90% of them, I would say, very, very happy and very supportive. Parents call us and ask to put their kid in the program unwarranted and not going through the process. And we're like, that's not how it works. Can't happen that way. So it's been very successful. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that. And as the community out there, the Swigert community gets to know about this, then maybe there would be more parent, that this is beneficial for our students, that instead of having to be expelled and a different outcome for them, now they get to stay in school and work with the staff and get back into the classroom environment. Last question from me. How does your student enrollment look for next year, projected student enrollment?
We're projected at 480, I believe, which I don't think we'll be at. I think we'll be somewhere around 521, where we have been for the past many years. And so that's a little bit concerning to us if we do come in at 521, FTE-wise and hiring-wise, but we'll make it.
Okay.
We'll make it.
Well, that's a good problem to have.
Yes.
Okay, let's. You can come back to us and then ask for the traditional FTE if you have 521 students, because that's what we are looking for, getting students in there. So please work with your community, get the word out. Maybe you can get more permits in. Thank you, both of you, for being here, and congratulations again in stepping up to Sabin. And we look forward to. Now you got to find a replacement for him.
Yeah. It'll
Yeah.
work. We'll be good.
Okay.
Thank you again.
Thank you,
guys.
With that, moving on to public comments. I'm sure by now most of you are familiar with the norms and expectations for public comments. Quickly going over them. Students come first. Action, non-action, and general comments follow in that order. If you are signing up under action or non-action, please reference the item you're talking about. If the same speaker signs up under multiple categories, I will only call your name once, just so everybody gets an opportunity to speak. Each speaker has 3 minutes for your comments. A clock will be displayed on the screen. To help you through that, please monitor the clock so you can get through your comments in that 3 minutes. The board is very interested in listening to as many public comments as possible in the allotted time without any disruptions, so please be respectful of our speakers. The board understands that you may want to show support or solidarity to a speaker. If you want to show support for a speaker, you can stand as the speaker is talking or use a silent applause. Please direct your comments to the board and not to anyone at the audience. Treat every speaker the way you would like to be treated if you are speaking up here with dignity and respect. With that, the first comment I have is from a Jenkins Middle School student, Akisa Nance. Miss Akisa.
Hello, my name is...
You can pull
okay.
Yep.
Hello, my name is Akisa Nance. I'm from Jenkins. I'd like to thank you for having me today, and I hope you enjoy my speech. I will be talking about Jenkins and Japanese school difference that will help improve our school. First, I'd like to talk about Jenkins. What I like about Jenkins are the students and teachers. The students were very welcoming and positive on my first day of school, which encouraged me, and it definitely helped because I was able to raise my hand more than I would think I was able to do during classes. The teachers here were very welcoming as well, and they definitely comforted me on my first day of school. They taught me life lessons and not just certain subjects. Japanese schools are different in many different ways. Perhaps this difference will help. The difference I'll be talking about is cleanliness. Japanese schools and students, they must clean school and school grounds every day. The students are assigned in groups with other students, and certain spots they must clean. Spots will change once in a while, so they will not have to clean the same spot for a very long time. Personally, I think this is a great way to keep our school clean and a great way to keep the students so they will keep in mind that they need to keep their school clean, and if there's a visitor, they'll have a really clean and opening thoughts. In conclusion, I really hope what you have to take about Jenkins, when I really take this important as well, since this is my school. So yeah, and thank you again for having me today.
Thank you. Ms. Nance, I usually have to take notes to look at what I'm reading, and you did that from your memory. So
Thank you.
that was awesome. And I think your principal is out there behind you too. He's proud of you. So, yeah.
Thank
The
you.
next comment. I think these are general comments. Robert Abeta.
I have to take notes. Robert Abeta. Good evening, D11 School Board. Thank you for honoring our exceptional nation with a Pledge of the Allegiance. With the 2022-2023 school year approaching, our precious innocent children need to be taught truth. The absolute truth is contained in this true history of our blessed nation, which I brought before in January.
Can you lift your microphone up so we can?
Yes,
There you
sir.
go.
I brought this in January, and I'd like to emphasize it again, to be taught to our children. And also, the Democratic platform must be, let's see here. The Democrat platform must be compared to the Republican platform in classes, which is education. The truth is the Democratic Party is the entity that birthed the Ku Klux Klan, Jim Crow, and segregation through the sin of hate. They must know the truth of which party wants to keep the people under the government plantation. They must know the evil truth about communism, Marxism, socialism, etc., as compared to free market capitalism, small limited government, faith, family, and freedom. The truth about big government, the crime that we have, fentanyl, the truth about the green energy and the war on fossil fuels. Millions of Americans will die if an Arctic front hits our country and the power grid goes down in the winter. Open borders, voter fraud, hyperinflation, population control, eugenics, and every anti-innocent life doctrine of devils. I was a union member when I worked in the coal mines in southern Colorado, and a Democrat from 1969 until 1982. That year of 1982, I became a Judeo-Christian, and I compared how the Word of God lined up with the two platforms, and I voted for Jimmy Carter in 1980 as a Democrat. I voted for President Ronald Reagan in 1984 because I became a Republican. There's also a war on the Judeo-Christian foundings of our blessed nation. The far left want to destroy our history. They tear down statues, and we see them polluting our school children with their seducing spirits. Our Declaration of Independence says the laws of nature and of nature's God. The Word of God says in Romans 1:18-32 of what is going on in our nation. Our children will curse their parents who allow evil, corruption, lies, and deception to steal life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We taxpayers. No.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Abeda. Your time is up.
Thank you.
You can
Thank you.
email the rest of your comments to the board if you want.
Okay, thank you.
Stacy Adair.
Thank you for your countless hours of dedication to the kids of District 11. I'm here today to address the superintendent search. I believe that we need a superintendent that focuses on academic achievement, but also thinks outside of the box or surrounds themselves with those who think creatively. I loved hearing the presentation that just happened. That's creative thinking, that's thinking outside of the box, that's looking for solutions. And you know, I don't think that we see that enough in education. We don't want to be a bureaucracy that just does the same thing over and over again. I'm currently taking the reading class from the Colorado Department of Education that all K through 3 teachers have to take. In this class, they repeatedly state that structured literacy is the appropriate method of teaching reading. However, the reading curriculum we use doesn't come close to passing that litmus test. Every time the state asks me for feedback, I ask, why don't the state-approved reading programs adhere to what the State Department of Education themselves are saying is a must? I have to admit, I'm not too clear on who approves what and the difference between the responsibilities of the CDE and the State Board of Education. But shouldn't we be addressing these issues as a district? Right now, we are being trained in the science of reading. That's great. I enjoy it. That was our state solution to low reading scores. Still, now the teachers have to integrate the science of reading with a curriculum that doesn't align. Why not just use a curriculum that aligns itself with the way the brain learns reading? We need to hire someone who will dig into the low scores and look for solutions. We need to hire someone who doesn't just blame teachers. Every teacher at my school works very hard. But what if the curriculum is the problem? What if the standards are the problem? We need a leader who is a problem solver and surrounds themselves with problem solvers. Please find a problem solver, not just someone who keeps the bureaucracy rolling along, doing the same old thing over and over again. We all know that's the definition of insanity. We voted for you to do something different than the same old thing. Please start by hiring a superintendent who thinks creatively and will be a problem solver. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Bertram.
All right, good evening. I'm also here to speak about the new superintendent search. I'm here tonight to speak about what I, as a stakeholder, would like to see out of a new superintendent. First and foremost, our new superintendent should be focusing on academics and getting our kids academically ready for their next grade level. This includes reading, writing, math, real science, accurate history, and civics. Our D11 kids, which include all kids, no matter their social status, deserve to be at the least proficient in all parts of academics. This is currently not the case. We have spent too much time on teaching things in the classrooms that are not academically based. For example, we recently had a teacher here in a D11 elementary school explain to her students what DEI, SEL, LGBTQ is in her 5th grade class without the consent of parents. That is a problem. Those hot topic and political issues do not belong in a classroom that is supposed to be teaching basic academics and without parental knowledge that those things are being discussed with their young children. Our children have suffered greatly from this happening in their classrooms. I am also expecting a superintendent to respect the rights of parents and be of a mindset that students belong to their parents and not to a teacher or a school district. This new superintendent must have good moral and understanding that transparency and honesty is what will build a good relationship with teachers, students, parents, grandparents, caregivers, and its local community members. Our next superintendent needs to be hands-on in the classrooms and schools and show excitement for D11 and a stable future for the district. D11's future superintendent must be willing to listen to concerns, frustrations, fresh ideas, facts, and data from their board members, staff, and stakeholders. And last but not least, our new superintendent needs to know that our D11 community members care very much about our students and the teachers greatly, as well as what our children are learning in this district. And I do appreciate all of you for putting a lot of time into this search. I know it has been a really long, tough past few months for every single one of you. So know that it's not going unappreciated. It's going very much appreciated in serving our community in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we've come to the end of public comments. Thank you all for being here and sharing your thoughts and comments. The board appreciates hearing from you. Your feedback helps us better do our work. If you checked a box asking the district admin to contact you, somebody from administration will follow up and contact you. Moving on, special reports, starting with board member reports. Any reports from board directors? Director Daniels.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to a couple of schools that I had an opportunity to visit. Keller Elementary, Taylor Elementary, they had their art program. I think it was April 28th, the same night. So I had to split my time between both schools, and it was very exciting to participate and walk around the school, see their beautiful artwork and just the hard work the students put in, along with all of the teachers, Miss Sarah Miller, thank you so much, at Taylor, and of course, Miss Grisman, I believe it is, over at Keller. Love seeing a lot of, that was Miss Trisha Torres. She and her beautiful daughters gave me a tour before I could find the principal. So thank you, Isabel and Sophia. I appreciate you being there for me. Also wanted to acknowledge Principal Hamill at Bristol Elementary for being so kind and showing me around, and Fremont, Miss Squires, Principal Squires. Had a great time visiting there and enjoying just talking to them about them, looking forward to the new year, and of course, summer. They're all tired. They've been working very hard. And of course, we had McAuliffe on Tuesday, and we had Fremont on Tuesday with their artwork. So it's been really exciting just going around to the different schools. Thank you, Ms. Laura Anduar. I hope I'm saying that right. And Dr. Grivler. And I think it's Miss Bandera, the librarian. All people I met at the door who was like, come on, I'll show you, I'll take you around. So I'm grateful for that as well. And just wanted to share that it's been really nice being a part of the community and some of the schools I can't get to during the day because of work. So thank you to the team who are divvying those schools up for me and going to visit them. That's helping me out greatly. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the summer as well. Let's do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Daniels. Director Nelson.
So I'm going to tag on to Director Daniels. Sorry. The board did agree that schools are going to be our priority, and so to get a better understanding of how we can lead as board members, we are visiting every school by the end of the year. And I was able to finish my list yesterday and just wanted to thank the schools, and I think that the board is going to share out a little bit more detail at a later date about our visits and our takeaways. But I personally really enjoyed the tours and getting to meet the staff, and it's so fun to see the students and just a great reminder of why we're here, why we're doing this. So the board created priorities, they're up there, to guide our work. And we must focus on supporting the success of our students, engaging with our community, investing in our staff, and focusing on moving the district forward. The board is committed to supporting every student reaching their fullest potential. So to help with COVID learning loss and increase academic achievement, or academic growth, the board is proposing adding 30 minutes to the elementary school day, which brings the length of our school day closer to surrounding districts in our area. And this proposal includes compensation to our staff. So if you look back at our preliminary budget development assumptions back in April. So April 13th, if you want to go back and look at that agenda, you'll see there's a line item that calls out paying for the 30 minutes. We have made efforts to raise trust and transparency as part of our engaging the community through our board letters and providing opportunities for stakeholders to give input on our superintendent search, and we hosted a town hall meeting. I'm just listing out some of the things that we have already done to show that we are very serious about our priorities and accomplishing these goals, and all towards improving our district. So the board, we really appreciate our staff, and again, if you go back to that preliminary budget development assumption, you'll see that we are increasing compensation for all of our employee groups, and every decision that we make is weighed according to whether it's bettering District 11, so that we can serve our students and staff and community in providing an excellent education to all students. And I guess my call to action would be for my fellow board members that we just continue circling back and reminding ourselves on why we're here, and is what we are, the decisions we're making in from the board dais and also in our personal lives. Are they bettering District 11? So just a friendly reminder to my colleagues.
Thank you. Any other? Director Loma.
I also spent the last week visiting, I think I covered 9 schools this last week. And I like going at the end of the year because having started schools, I hated visitors coming in the first couple of months because we're madhouse, trying to get everything in order. And then after the vacation, all the testing comes, and then I don't know if that bothered me more than coming in the beginning of the year. And, so I like to wait to the end where it's downhill and a lot less pressure. And although, even I would say, oh, thanks for coming, as they came and left. But when they left, I said, why in the heck did they come now? But that was my own personal thing. So I tend to come at the end of the year. But I went to Edison, and I noticed the hard work that the SPED teachers do there, and not just there, and at Martinez and Queen Palmer. They all were. I always go to the SPED areas. That's I where's the SPED, and I talk to the building managers. I like the building managers because they know what's going on. Amen. And so, and the building manager, a couple of them said the same thing, that why can't we get water and help the drive-by appeal of our schools, because some of them look like deserts. And and as I drove around, I go, you're right. This school needs water. And so something simple that I would have never thought of until the building managers brought it to my attention. So that's something to think about. I went to Martinez because my great-grandbaby goes there. So I have to say that's my unofficial favorite school because of her, amen. Not because, not that I have favorites, right? I also went to Queen Palmer, and I was amazed. There was a teacher there that had 53% of her kids in the red when she started. And I go, poor thing. And then when I looked at her results, she had 1 student in red, and that was a special needs student. And I don't want to mention names. I'm not just because I just want to, but I was just really took note of that, and I know who she is. Same thing with Stratton. There was a woman there, 32 kids in her classroom. And when I walked in there, I wanted to stand at attention and listen to her. I mean, she had such a command of that class. She goes, class, who's your favorite teacher? And they all yell out her name. And I go, and I wanted to yell her name too. Like, yeah, she had that way about it. It was amazing to me there at Stratton. Then I went to Mitchell, and they're in that turnaround situation, and I got nothing but positive responses from the teachers of how the leaders were examples to them. And I hate to say it like this, but I don't want to disparage anybody prior, but they said, we've never seen that before. And so that's kudos to those administrators there at Mitchell. I also went to West, and it brought to my attention the need to help our teachers' assistants. And that's what they all talked about. Our assistants need to be recognized. And I said, well, I'm going to do my best. And so here I am. I'll bring it to our attention about teachers' assistants. I went to Globe Charter School, and I think sometimes, and they felt it, and I felt bad to remind the public, the board, that those charter schools are D11 kids. And we have to treat them that way, and not as second-class citizens, which that may not be the intent, but the intent and how they receive it is two different things. And sometimes I think we unintentionally, or some have unintentionally done that, and we have to understand those are our kids. Those parents pay taxes for the district, and so we have to treat them with that way. And I also went to Tesla. They were putting gunk, what do they call it? Not gunk, slime. They were sliming their principals for something. And yeah, so it was pretty funny watching that. The teachers get slimed. And then they got my attention. I went to, because they had an outdoor class. And I see all these mountain bikes, nice ones too. I go, these are nice bikes. I go, when do you guys go for a ride? Man, I like to ride. And they go, well, we're going Friday. Really? He go, would you like to come? And I go, really? Friday? What Friday? This Friday. So I said yes. I committed. Amen. But I got a Yeti. So I'm ready to ride. And I go, let's go. So I'm going to meet them at 8 o'clock Friday morning. And I'm going to get in a van. We're going to go up to the top of the hill with the Pikes Peak up there. They said it's a 3-hour ride downhill. So I'm looking forward to that. So if I don't come next week, I'm in the hospital. You'll know why. But I really enjoyed my time at Tesla. And I'm kind of torn because I do know that the charter schools moved out of Tesla. Globe was moved out of Tesla to provide for that program. So, and I understand the need for that. But what I don't understand is the neglect of Globe in that process. And so I think we have to correct that somehow, if we can, because they were just removed and told to survive on their own. And there's 150 kids that we told to survive on their own, and they're surviving. But the process to remove them from that Longfellow school and just let them almost die was something that needs to be addressed. And I thought I would bring that up so that you would understand what it took. And we can still make it right, because those kids are getting a great education at school. And all I care about is kids getting educated. I don't care if it's public school, charter school, private school, Catholic school, Christian school, Muslim school. I don't really care what school, as long as they're getting educated. And so I feel that we have to look at that situation and help them. But that's part, I think I covered all of them. And I look forward to the graduations. I put a challenge on myself, because last time I did this with Dr. Mary Thurman, and she kind of didn't challenge me directly, but she made a statement that she makes every graduation. Remember that, Doctor? And so I said, man, okay, you think you're bad? Okay, I'll up you right here, amen? So I still kept that challenge, and my goal is to make every graduation that I can, every high school, Tesla, every school. So I'm going to do my best because I know what I signed up for. So pray for me as well, because if I survive the bike trip, I might not survive the graduations, amen? That's all I have.
Thank you, Director Loma. I think you missed Jenkins. Okay, you were at Jenkins, and you were at the Spanish class at Jenkins, because my daughter came and said, like, do you know who came into my class today? And I said, who? She said, like, Al Loma. I said, like, that's Director Loma to you. So the kids enjoyed you at Jenkins Spanish class too. Thank you. Director Art.
Thank you. I also had the opportunity to visit numerous schools. I don't wait till the end, because the end is also very, very busy, as was evidenced today by a field day at Steele and a concert at Jackson, I believe. So just a lot going on in our schools, certainly the art shows, and if anyone wants to visit our schools, now is probably a great time with all of that artwork on display, and you can see the amazing things that our students are doing. I also sat down with some of our older students and just wanted to share with the board some of the comments they made, and I might make a longer list because I know I've left some things off. They are interested in being heard, and I know we just had the one student tonight, but if folks are interested next school year, perhaps we can visit more student councils. And they were also interested in their own facilities and having not just boring walls, but also maybe some murals and things like that, but also air conditioning and knowing that their schools are solid. And that was particularly of concern. Well, at Coronado and Palmer and Tesla were the ones I most recently visited, and they mentioned it. And another mention was counselors. They're at every level we have counselors now, but the students in high school are interested in seeing their counselors without a 2-week wait. So that might be something we look at in the future. And so, again, they're just interested in being supported and heard, and that also goes for their LGBTQ peers. That was also a topic of conversation, that the students wanted to be heard and seen and appreciated for who they are. So again, thanks to the students who hosted me and all of the schools who are hosting us. Hopefully, just a couple schools to go before we finish up that commitment. Thank you. Oh, actually, let me add to anytime these high schools, and it's true somewhat for the younger groups as well, but as students get older, they're certainly developing their acting abilities and their musical abilities. And so a shout out to Doherty for doing Onward with some of the special education students. It was very brief, but the students come from all across the school to see their special education students do a performance. And it is wonderful to see. And also, deleted scenes from fairy tales was very, very well done at Mitchell High School. So don't miss those plays if you can. Get on over there. Best culture in town, best price. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other board member reports? Seeing none, let me finish with my thoughts. I've also visited my list of schools and some schools that were not on my list, and I completed my list. And I will talk a little bit more about that 2 weeks from now. But I enjoyed my time visiting all these schools. I want to give a big shout out to Keller Elementary inviting us for that art show. That school was packed with people that day when I went out there. They had that In-N-Out burger truck, and the line was going around the block out there. And this was like 30 minutes later, I looked out, the line was still going around the block. It's called the In-N-Out, but they were not going in and out because the line was forever out there. So when we talk about sometimes School District 11 is having declining enrollment, what I saw at Keller Elementary out there, so many students, so many parents out there, it is such a positive message to see our community come back. I know that our community has been wanting to come back to our schools being that community hubs, and all the isolation that was caused the last 2 years due to COVID. It was good to see our community come back and engage with our school staff. I was at Wilson Elementary for their Cinco de Mayo celebrations, so there was a large section of families out there that we got to serve on that Friday evening, tacos, and just seeing kids out there coming, and I was serving them cookies, and I could not communicate with some of the kids because they can't speak English and I can't speak Spanish, but they would come and stand next to me and look at my hand and want that cookie, and I'd say, like, do you want a cookie? And you would see their face break out in such a big grin, and so it was really good to see that. In Madison Elementary, I visited that, and going back to what Director Art was saying, that school was air-conditioned last summer. So the first thing I hear when I walk into that main office is the front office secretary saying, thank you for the air conditioning, because we would be sweating out here on this day and we would be exhausted by the time we go home by 3 o'clock. And having that air conditioning there was such a blessing for them. And we are hoping with our limited budget, we can address some of the other air conditioning issues in some of the other schools too. At Madison Elementary, I was able to go into Miss Tina Graham's class. Al, you were not going to drop any names, and I am dropping a name of a teacher, Miss Tina Graham, and I got to sit around her kindergarten class and get to sound out words with, and nothing makes your day better than watching kindergarten kids sounding out words, and these kids are smart, and they, were able to form new words, challenges out there that the teacher was giving. So I had a great time. Moving on, I want to bring one more attention to when you look at the personal report today, under consent items, you have a list of staff members, teachers, ESP, exec pros, who are all retiring at the end of the year, and their names are up on the screen today. I want to take this opportunity to thank them. I personally recognize several names on this list, staff who have invested the better part of their career working in D11, providing supports, guidance, leadership, and instruction to our students. I just want to take a minute and recognize your contributions. Each of you made a difference, a positive impact on our students. The legacy you are leaving behind is immeasurable. On behalf of the entire board, we wish you the best of health and happiness in your retirement. As retirees, there are still plenty of opportunities to continue to stay engaged with D11 as a volunteer in one of our committees or as a part-time employee. We have several openings out there. So if that is of interest, we can certainly use your expertise. But thank you for your service, truly. Okay, and I will let that scroll down, and you can see a long list of names out there, including some of our exec pros, and I don't see EDSL Dan Hoff, who, he is.
No, wait. Oh, no, he had to leave.
Okay, well, he had to leave.
I thought he meant on the list.
Okay, who is now Superintendent Dan Hoff, so at Strasburg School District. And I also see Jim Hastings' name out there. Jim, thank you for keeping us safe and secure all these years, and I wish you the very best too as you go forward. Last thing I want to end with is provide an update on the superintendent search process where we are at right now. And the board sent a communication out to the community on this past Saturday announcing the 3 finalists for the jobs. And by now, you are aware of the names that are out there, Dr. Tammy Clementi, Mr. Peter Hills, and Mr. Michael Gall. And the board went through a thorough review of the applications, invested over 12 hours of total time in executive session, discussing the merits of each one of those candidates that was brought in front of us. And we have 3 strong candidates that we strongly believe bring some of the vision and out-of-the-box thinking that our public was asking and commenting on earlier this evening. So the next step in the process is on May 23rd and May 24th, the 3 candidates are going to be visiting our school district. Okay, on May 23rd, they will be visiting some elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. And on May 24th, we will have a public interview process with the board, and that will happen at the Tesla Auditorium. One candidate will be at 4 o'clock, another at 6 o'clock, and another at 8 o'clock. All that information, Ms. Ashby is working out the schedule, and it should be announced tomorrow morning. So you can go to the same District 11 website, the superintendent search on the homepage. It should be all provided out there, the list of the schedule and when each candidate is going to go through that public interview process. I encourage our community to come there, participate in that process. Dr. Cooper, who is from the search firm, talked to Dr. Gladich and Ms. Ashby, and it was decided that that public interview process will not be telecast live at that time because we wanted to be equitable in the, let me frame this right, so that we are going to be asking the same questions for each candidate. So we did not want the candidates that are coming at 6 and 8 o'clock to be aware if they are going to be watching it on live cast. So it'll be recorded and broadcast the next day on our D11 channels, and then it'll also, the recording will be posted on the D11 website. So I encourage our community to take part and provide feedback to us and stay engaged, just like you did provide that stakeholder feedback to. I'm just trying to think if I missed anything in that superintendent search process. So, yep, thank you. That's all I have for you in board member reports. Moving on, there are no superintendent's report today. Legislative update. Dr. Gladich, I will turn it over to Mr. Gustafson.
Yes, we will, and also virtually, we have, see if we can, Karen Wick.
Last day of the session.
Today.
They're wrapping up.
They haven't closed yet, though, have they?
Nope.
Okay. Is she even on? She is, okay. Okay. There we go. Thank you. Ta-da. Wow, look at that. Good evening. Can she?
Good evening, board. How are you tonight?
Good, and we can hear you today.
Yes, we can.
I know, I don't have my headphones on, so it's a little bit easier.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. As Dr. Gledif asked, the legislative session is still continuing on right now. We're in what we call the living eulogies, as members are toasting and roasting those legislators who are not going to be continuing on next year, whether because they're changing chambers or running for election, they're term limited. So we're in a period of a little bit of a lull as business is catching up, where they're cheering on each other overall, but we will be ending in a few more hours tonight. It has been a long and intensive few days. If you have been hearing the news as to how things have been managed, the House of Representatives had been pretty bottlenecked up. But then last night we started finally getting to a point to be able to see some bills moving, and that included public school finance. School finance is one of the special bills that must be passed each year. It is constitutionally required. So if it were not to pass, we were looking at a possible special session, which is always a nightmare for most of us in the legislative process to think we're heading back into a special session. However, it was being held up simply because one of the beauties of the School Finance Act is that it has a very large bill title, which at the end of anything at the legislative session allows us to scoop up bills that are K-12 related that might be dying on the calendar or having different challenges or just struggling to get through. And the School Finance Act and its very large title allows us to make some changes. So in fact, school finance was being held up on the House of Representatives calendar simply because there was some debate that was going on another bill, Senate Bill 197, which is related to the innovation zones. Some of the complications that had come out of Denver earlier this year. They had a board transformation in last November. They made some changes to district policy around innovation zones. Families and legislators were not happy with it, and so a bill was run this session to make some changes that would have impacted all innovation schools throughout the state. However, because this problem was really heavily related to Denver, what we saw coming out towards the end is that different sides negotiated down that it really just impacts schools that are in innovation zones that are run really by alternative governance structures. So more of like having a nonprofit that manages it overall. And so the bill got very narrowed down. A compromise was finally reached late last night that allowed Senate Bill 197 to move forward. And then hence we saw the School Finance Act move forward. We talked last time I was with you about the ins and outs of the School Finance Act. I think some big pieces to share. There was a conference committee that happened today for the School Finance Act. It really related to the legislation that we had a few years ago around the use of mascots and school names or sports teams that really use names of Indigenous people or pieces related to culture that is just really being deemed inappropriate. And so this bill was sent to conference committee in the School Finance Act. It did clarify that any schools that were notified at the beginning of this year that they have a mascot name or image likeness that is deemed to be offensive, that they had an extra year to get all the changes done before any series of fines start happening. And that's a really pretty big deal because I think for some communities it's trying to figure out how to raise the cost to like replace a gym floor, or if there was a logo on the side of a big building, how do they change it if they have to do repairs and all of the branding overall. So the School Finance Act did include this language, but what sent it to committee this time around was making sure that there was language added in that said, if you're, in the future going forward and you're naming a school or renaming a school or working on a mascot, and you name the school something that is on these prohibited lists, then those fines can become instant, like automatically kicked in. They don't have to take another year. So I think that we'll still see some more as this bill is being implemented from the years going forward and start seeing the issue keep developing and maturing overall. In addition to school finance, some of the big bills that I know we've talked about before that I also make sure we touch base on related to para, we had House Bill 1029. This was a bill that came out of the Pension Review Subcommittee and Commission that really said in 2020 when we missed the direct contribution that the state is required to do under Senate Bill 18200, which is $225 million to help reduce the unfunded liability and not just have it be on the backs of employers, employees, and retirees. That they really wanted to see that money paid back. That bill sat, it was introduced way back in January 5th, and then it sat for a really long time as we've been negotiating. And, full disclosure, I also represent one of the coalitions that works on pensions called Secure Para. We have been working very hard on negotiations with the Joint Budget Committee, with the governor's office, with leadership both in the House and the Senate to really figure out the compromise on this. One of the big concerns that was really coming out of, especially the governor's office, was the concern around the future budget stabilization and how do we, not the stabilization factor like we have them for school finance, but some of the instabilities in the budget going forward as we already are hitting our taper cap this year. And the legislature last year had put $380 million in a para reserve cash fund. And so we were able to be able to utilize the dollars in that cash fund. And so I'm really excited that we struck a deal on Monday. We had 3 days to pass a bill and get it out of its initial committee in the House and get it through all of the readings of the House and into the Senate and had it approved on third readings this morning. And so it's off to the governor to sign, where we're able to get the full $380 million that is in the para cash fund and have it be deposited in para for investing purposes this July 1. So really right upon signature of the governor to be able to have that start going forward. It counts towards the payback for the $225, and then we're also locking in dollars for the future. So we're doing almost like a prepay. I've been jokingly calling it the filings basement layaway plan of prepaying some of next year's payments so we can really ensure that we have those dollars in and that they're not at risk at all. And we can start earning interest off of them. There's a large unfunded liability that we want to make sure are not being balanced on the backs of participants. And this was one way that we can make sure we're doing it. So we're very excited to have that done. The other piece was clean water. I know that Director Ott asked about this last time and also talked about it. It's House Bill 1358. This is the bill when it was initially introduced was very much about, they called it a filter first approach of ensuring that there was continuous testing, filter replacements going on without any funding whatsoever to help support school districts. The bill has been heavily amended. There is now funding that is available for elementary schools. If there is funding in the future available for middle schools, it'll be accessible and be able to start having some of the filter replacements and testing. But it is a lot less onerous than what we saw in the initial bill overall. So I think that's a really good compromise and a good place that has landed to balance both the health and safety of students and all the values that we have of making sure kids are safe and able to drink the water in the schools, where we're also trying to make sure that that's not an unburdensome cost. I know that sometime earlier this year, the federal government also passed a very large infrastructure bill that included funding for schools to be able to deal with water. So we do expect even more resources coming down that can help with the implementation of this bill. It might just not all come back at the same time. The other big piece is Senate Bill 87. This was the Healthy School Meals for All Students bill. We talked about it early on. The bill had a great first hearing, but then because of its significant price tag, it was almost around $120 million a year to be able to implement universal meals. You know, right now, like D11, other school districts during the pandemic, the federal government has been paying for universal meals so that any student that needed to show up to school and have a meal could be able to eat. And we know that that funding is not being reauthorized as of today. There is hope that at the federal level it will be reauthorized. And I know Senator Bennett it's one of his priorities that he's working on. It hasn't happened yet. So Senate Bill 87 was one of the responses to say, since school districts are already doing it, let's appropriate general fund dollars from the state, be able to make sure we can carry it through, and also start counting kids using Medicaid data, which helps us to have a broader reach for being able to identify kids who really need it. It's a little bit broader than what you get for free to reduce lunch and trying to track down all that paperwork. The big price tag, no surprise if I say this, stalled the bill. And so while it was moved out of the first committee of Senate Education, it stalled in Senate Appropriations. So the advocates behind that, and this is also another piece I was working on, and reintroduced House Bill 1414, which was a referred measure, which said, we want to see the implementation of this program. We're willing to take it to the voters to see if they're willing to raise revenue. So it raises revenue and implements the program. If it is passed, it'll be on the November ballot. One of the things that's exciting is 1414 is a referred measure, but it's statutory, so needed a simple majority. It came out bipartisan in both the House and the Senate, and it'll be on the ballot in November. We'll ask the voters the question about serving universal meals for all students. The hard part is that should it get passed in November, it would not start until the 23-24 school year. There will be some level of reimbursement available right away, just because of the way the tax dollars will start getting collected in the 23 fiscal year or calendar year. But the program won't really get going. So that's going to be a challenge for a gap year for all school districts. We couldn't identify any state dollars to help fill in that gap year. So at least for starting in September or August and September of this upcoming school year, there won't be that additional funding. And I don't think the feds will be able to reauthorize it in time to be able to help boost that up as well too. So there will be a lag year before any of these programs that all kick in again. But I think we all have hope for the session coming ahead. We know that we will be back at it on January 9th. It's a little bit crazy. We have to start on a Monday. It'll be the first time in my decade plus years that we'll be starting on a Monday for a legislative session. But that is because the legislature actually needs to come together. Since there is a gubernatorial election in November, they need to come together and meet prior to certifying the results for the governor. So we're having to start for the first time on a Monday in 2023. I'll pause there and I'm happy to answer any questions. But like I said, the session's still going on. We've got a few more things to finish up. And then everyone is going to go sleep, hopefully.
Thank you, Ms. Wick. Thank you for that update. And board members, any questions or comments or? Director Jurgensen.
Good evening, Ms. Wick. On the universal pre-K bill, I know that was passed and it's been passed for a while. There were some concerns from districts on transitioning that logistically, the financial piece, which did expand our state government quite a bit, which I think in our board norms on legal issues, we usually took a stance against. So that's a side point. But how is that going now? Have they kind of calmed some of those waters with what that's looking like with districts who are maybe starting it, or like our district where we've already had some pre-K? How are we transitioning, and have they sorted through a little bit of that, or is that still yet to be determined?
Thank you, Director Jorgensen. one of the things to note is that this session we saw the introduction and implementation of the Department of Early Childhood Education. So last year when we first saw universal pre-K starting, now we have the department that was pulling administrative capacities both from Department of Human Services and Department of Education and pulling them together into a new Department of Early Childhood Education. That was worked out this year. You're right, it is an expansion of government. We have a new administrative department, and we're starting to see as well too what that means overall. So it's supposed to be a combination of how do we provide for daycare slots as well as pre-K slots, since that all covers that age range. We're waiting to see the release of RFPs for local coordinating organizations. So these are supposed to be organizations that school districts and YMCAs and other providers of care from that 0 to kind of 5 age range to be able to say, like, how do we coordinate it in our communities? There was an initial map that was sent out that it's not a county by county. It's definitely fewer counties with some counties grouped together. El Paso County is considered its own LCO. So I think there's still a lot that's getting worked out overall. I know that your staff has been really a fantastic resource with Kathy Howell working with me and making sure that we're understanding some of the concerns and the policies specific to D11. I think at the end of the day, there's still more that'll be coming, and I don't think it's fully, it won't be without future legislation, but you know, they're still trying best to identify, and they made some really big changes to make sure that special education dollars would continue to flow through in the right way and wouldn't really see a loss. But there is going to be a challenge with the implementation of these local coordinating organizations and how they work together with both districts and other childcare providers to figure out how it starts rolling out. So I think there's still yet a lot to come, and we're just really getting started with it all.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or thoughts? Seeing none, I do have a couple of bills that I want to ask you about. Senate Bill 238, that's the reduction in the assessment rate. Did I get that number right?
You did. That is the deal around the property taxes that were coming forward.
Right. So my understanding is that what is being lost is going to get backfilled from the general funds?
Yes, if you remember, we were looking down at seeing several ballot measures being introduced and going through the titling board process, which would have dramatically slashed property taxes across the state, which, you know, for local governments like school boards, that would have a significant impact, and then a double impact for school districts, because then it would require that if local share is dropping, it requires the state to spend more dollars to fund K-12 schools. So there was a grand compromise of sorts that was reached with the folks that were the proponents behind those ballot measures, and the work coming from Senator Chris Hansen and Representative Mike Weissman, as well as the governor's office, to be able to figure out how do you do some short-term reductions in property taxes. So what the bill includes right now is, at least for next year, heading into the next property tax year, we will see a temporary reduction rate for property taxes to really give some relief to homeowners when we're seeing huge assessment rates jump over. Last year, we passed a bill which kind of did a tax policy change and redefined some ways that property are treated. So we call it how it's being treated in our Senate Bill 293, but that's from last year. And so after the 1-year temporary reduction, we'll return to the policy changes that were done last year under Senate Bill 293. And then the year after that, we'll return to property tax rates as if it had never happened. But you're right, in terms of what it means when we change the property taxes, part of the deal was to be able to, for those years that these reductions are happening, backfill local governments. And so for school districts, there'll be a direct backfill that will happen. I'm not sure how the dollars will come down, if it's just fed in through the School Finance Act, if it means that there'll be a temporary increase in state share, if it's going to go back those ways. I think those mechanics I'm not quite as clear on. There was more of a complicated formula that was identified for local governments, like municipalities, depending on their population size, how much they would see a backfill, since it was made the assumption that property tax loss has much more of a dramatic impact on small communities and small local governments than it does on some of the larger ones that might have other ways of absorbing the cost or maybe other tax entities to be able to go through. So that did get passed and it did go through. Those ballot measures have been removed and won't be going forward. I think it is a challenge overall when we start thinking about how our tax policy is really being shaped in these different ways. But I think there, is a continual drive to see less taxes overall. It just has that complication that we have is how do we then manage budgets overall? So that is now off, and I believe the governor has signed it as already. If not, it will be signed shortly.
My follow-up question to that would be, if they are backfilling from the general funds, does that mean in future years they have lesser money to reduce the budget stabilization factor?
That's a great question. One of the things that the JBC members really worked on, and it was very helpful having Representative Julie McCluskey both manage the School Finance Act and be the prime sponsor of that, as well as being the chair of the Joint Budget Committee. They actually padded a lot of money in the state education fund right now. So heading into the future years, they have enough money in the state education fund to hold the BS factor at its current level for this year and next year. And then they added an additional more because they were making sure they had savings to help with where they saw inflation going. If you remember, Amendment 23 says it's going to be the school finance, the amount of schools raises by inflation. And so looking at the numbers when they're working on the School Finance Act and knowing that next year we might be having to budget for a 7, 8, 9% inflation rate versus what we've seen in the past few years, which is closer to 1-2%. They added in some additional dollars in the state education fund. So thinking overall as to what that means for schools, we have some extra padding to really help get us through at least the next 2 years. In addition, there's about $2 billion that they have put in the state reserves overall to help do exactly that same thing with the state budget. I think that the budget makers have been very conscious of a what they've called a fiscal cliff coming forward, that if we're not seeing the revenues coming in at the same rate, we're going to be capped by tabor growth, and the rate of which our government has grown and spending has happened in this past year, that we may see some really big challenges overall. So I think there was some real smart fiscal planning that they did to make sure our reserves are going forward. The challenge will be in those out years. I know one of the things that Governor Polis, should he get reelected, he's really focused on making sure they can maintain that budget stabilization factor and focus the funding in schools overall. And so I think when they're looking and moving forward, I know that they would like to make sure they don't, and I think they have the resources to handle us for at least the next 2 years. It'll be interesting to see where we get past that point in time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that feedback from you. Hopefully we can keep that budget stabilization factor down. The last bill that I want to ask about is House Bill 1110. I guess this was signed into law by the governor now, and this is going to have I asked that because it's going to have a direct impact on District 11 and what we are going through right now with the superintendent search process. And my understanding is this bill now allows the board to convene an executive session to evaluate and prioritize finalists. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Do you know about this bill?
I'm happy to. This was a bill that came out of some of our representatives, both from Fort Collins as well as Mary Bradfield, who comes from the El Paso County. It clarifies some rules under open meetings law. So right now, under open meetings law, interviews for superintendents and finalists would have to happen in a full public meeting. And this clarifies that so long as you have more than one finalist candidate and you have your interviews in a open public forum, you can meet in an executive session to start some of the other processes like contract negotiations, being able to direct the board and some others in some ways to be able to start having the conversations, sort of about like what you need to do for getting ready and figuring out how you want to prioritize candidates, how you want to discuss the pieces and directing your staff to be able to do work on those ways. So it has some requirements to be able to meet the letter of the law under the Open Meetings Act, but it also allows some flexibility for school districts under certain conditions to be able to have some of those actions take place in executive session overall. You're right, it was just signed actually a little over a month ago. It was signed by the governor. I think school districts are starting to look at it now as the hiring season is going on about how do they best utilize it. And I think there may have been one school district that already has utilized it, but I am not as well enough versed to name them.
Okay, thank you. No further questions for you. Thank you. Are you going to be coming in? Is she going to be coming, Glenn, in a couple of weeks to? Are you going to be coming in? Okay.
I'll be coming in person, I think, in 2 more weeks before the end. I forget exactly the time of when you're down. It's not next week, but I think it's the week after that. But I'll double check it with Glenn before I do.
And you're going to be here in person?
Yes.
Okay. It'll be good to see you in person, and thank you in person for all the updates that you've been providing us. Thank you, Ms. Wick.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Have a good night, board.
Yep. Good night. Moving on, adoption of consent items. Vice President Jurgensen, can you please make the motion to adopt the consent items?
I move that the Board of Education adopt all consent items as is designated in the agenda. The consent items are E2, approval of April 27th, 2022 regular meeting minutes. E3, approval of May 2nd, 2022 special meeting minutes. E4, approval of May 7th, 2022 special meeting minutes. E5, approval of the personnel recommendations for May 11th, 2022. E6, approval of regulations AER1, District Accountability Committee, and AER2, School Accountability Committees. And E7, approval of the proposed board meeting dates for the 2022-2023 school year.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please. Kathy?
Mrs. Daniels? Mr. Jorgensen?
Aye.
Mr. Loma? Mr. Melpacum?
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson? Mrs. Ott?
The ayes have it. The consent items have been adopted. I'll turn it over to Dr. Glidich in the audience. As we've approved the consent items, there are some new principal hires that Dr. Glidich wants to introduce to the community and the board.
Yes, board members, I'd like to introduce you to the following principals and assistant principals and one executive director of school leadership that you approved this evening. First, I'd like to introduce Lisa Bizel. She will be the new principal at Carver Elementary School. If you can stand. Yeah, there we go. And I also would like to introduce Felicia Boudreau. She will be the new principal at Twain Elementary School. I would like to introduce Jamie Freeling. She will be the new assistant principal at Sabin Middle School. And I think Jamie stepped out with the other group. But I would also like to introduce to you Daniel Carricker. Daniel will be the new principal at Sabin Middle School, and you met Daniel earlier this evening. And then I'd like to introduce you to Darren Joyner. He will be joining the executive directors of school leadership. And welcome, team. Appreciate you being here this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Glidich, and thank you for being here. And the board wishes you the very best going forward. Moving on to action items. Contract award, Resolution 2022-45, Citygate Urban Renewal Authority Tax Increment Financing Agreement. Treasurer Nelson, can you please make the motion for action item F2?
Can you give me a page number? I'm sorry.
I found 9. Page 9.
Okay, thank you. I move that the Board of Education approve Resolution 2022-45, approving the Citygate Urban Renewal Authority Tax Increment Financing Agreement.
Second.
Moved and seconded. And we have presenters out here, including the Urban Renewal Authority Director, Mr. Jariah Walker. And Mr. Walker met with the board last week in a work session and gave us a brief idea of how TIF financing agreements work. But we also have the developers from the Citygate Urban Renewal Project out here with us today to share a presentation with us. With that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Glidich.
Yes, and board members, actually, we have no new information. Mr. Gustafson, is there anything new that we need to share?
I believe Mr. Walker
Oh.
has a shortened presentation, but we didn't get it in time to load it.
Nope.
So.
Okay.
I have his original presentation.
Okay.
We done.
Mr. Walker? Oh.
Yep, hold on. real
Okay.
quick.
Can,
Do you have the ability to run it off of a thumb drive?
yes, you can. Is that the presentation?
Is this
Is this
you have a
your
shortened version is what I think you're saying?
Yes. I'm gonna have to ask the
Okay,
authors
yes.
of it.
Mr. McCarron, can he put the thumb drive right on the laptop next to him and control it? Might be best for you to control it. Thank you, Mr. McCarron. What do you think?
I didn't get it till 6:20, and that's when my computer crashed, so it couldn't do anything.
Okay. We'll just go with the one that we have initially. Sorry about that.
So, I mean, like Kathy, pull it back up for you, okay?
Yeah, that'll
And
work.
then if you just say next slide, or, Kathy, I think has control of that. Am I right, Kathy? She can do that for you, so if you just say next slide, we'll follow along with you.
My computer up there because I would have got on my.
I don't know.
It's okay. They can skip through. Yep, we'll
Sure.
skip through. That's fine. Well, good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Do you want to introduce? Are you okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Jariah Walker, Executive Director to the Colorado Springs Urban Renewal Authority. Want to thank you all for having the opportunity to give you this presentation, and I want to thank you all again for giving me the opportunity to present during your work session the other week as well. This project, the Citygate URA, is around the Switchback Stadium in downtown Colorado Springs. This was actually initially at Urban Renewal area back in 2007. City leadership felt it was a very important area for reinvestment back then for a multitude of reasons. The economy had crashed back then. There was a lack of private capital going into that area. So until recently, we really haven't had a ton of development until the City for Champions initiative went forward, and ultimately Widener and the significant investment that they've brought into this community as well. The Urban Renewal Authority is all about private investment and reinvestment, which restores targeted areas with strong community benefits and improvements. What we look for in every project that we put our name behind is making sure that there's sustainable public improvements that are game changers for this community. We want to see projects elevated to another level beyond what would be going through the normal planning process through city planning departments. With that being said, the URA fully supports this project. The URA board is made up of 10 mayoral appointees. It's also made up of a county, El Paso County representative as well, school board representative, which of course is Director Parth Malpakam, and then we also have a special district representative too. So, and then I'll also update the board that yesterday we did get approval from El Paso County for this project, and they're pledged to it as well. After this meeting, we're hoping for a positive outcome, and then we will bring this to the library district. Will be the next one on our tour. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the development team now. Yes. Yes. Yes, it is.
Is there anything you want to talk about?
Not yet. Not yet. I'm going to actually
Okay.
have the development team actually roll through it themselves because they've got some announcements they want to make too. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce Laura Newman, who is the strategic project lead with Widener, and then also Greg Serbana, who is the vice president of public relations and government affairs. They're going to walk through this slide deck, and they promise it's not going to take too long, but I think it's going to be very enjoyable for the board and everyone in the audience. Thank you. Greg, Laura.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jariah, and good evening, directors. And we're going to go back. Can I control the slides, or can we just go back to that beginning slide? That would be terrific. And I'm going to turn it over to Greg Serbana, who does have 16 years with Widener Apartment Homes, and he is here from Kirkland, Washington. So I'm very happy to have him by my side this evening.
Good evening, and I want to thank each one of you for the opportunity to present today. And we did do a truncated version of our original presentation because we felt it was too long, and at the end of a long night, perhaps you would want to ask questions. And so we've cut that back a little bit, so we'll go through some of these slides relatively quickly. But if you don't know anything about our company, I just wanted to share with you a few things. And on this slide right here are a number of different areas in which we have milestones here in Colorado. But for a firm, you can go ahead and move forward. Okay, and just go ahead and leave it there. Widener entered, we are a company that owns and operates apartment communities. And so we entered the Colorado market in 1993. And if you flash forward to 2017, this is when our name became a little bit more public because our company originally partnered with the Switchbacks football club. And that was in 2017 at their original stadium up north at Sand Creek. And that relationship has blossomed over the years and has resulted in our current status as being a silent partner in the team and having a 15-year naming rights agreement at Widener Field in downtown. While we've had the presence in Colorado Springs for close to 30 years, we made the strategic decision about 5 years ago to exit and abandon the Denver market and concentrate our Colorado portfolio exclusively here in the Springs. This decision was made for a number of reasons, but primarily because of the stability of the market, the need for new housing, and the owner of our company's commitment to this community. This development would be our first in the downtown area. We currently own about 18 buildings in Colorado Springs and just under 3,000 apartments. You can stay right there. So on this slide here, just as a brief overview of what the development will look like from an view on a 2D scale. So the original Switchbacks, the Switchback Stadium's on the top right, and we have 3-phase buildings that will be surrounding it on the west side and then down to the south. Those 3 distinct buildings will be about 1,200 residential units, as you can see, and this is a chart of what is planned for this 3-phase development. A couple of things to highlight. We are an owner, we're an operator, and we're a developer of market rate apartment communities. Nearly 10% of the inventory are targeted as micro units that are just under 330 square feet and will be there for affordability, but also there for those folks who want to have a small footprint. And we're going to try that sort of a housing option here at this community. Another 15% of the inventory will be studio apartments of about 600 square feet, and that said, the average size of the units will be about 1,327 square feet. Go ahead, can you advance? Go ahead.
We thought it important just to give you the highlights of the parking garages that we're building in 3 separate phases downtown surrounding that footprint that Greg just went through with 2,058 parking spaces. Most importantly is that 869 of those will be public. You can see the rates up there and so forth, but I think most important about this slide is that Widener is investing about $33 million to build the additional public parking that the downtown is desperately in need of if you talk to any of the small retailers and restaurants and so forth. And so that is where a large portion of our public improvement monies would go from the TIF, but that's only about half the amount of money, and we'll go through a couple more slides with what we're going to invest in addition to parking. And we can advance to the next slide. Thank you. Retail is important. Each of the phases will have about 12,000 square foot. It adds up total a little over 37,000 square foot over the course of 3 different phases. But probably important to you to note is there will be 2 very unique pedestrian plazas built within the development itself. Those will be available to the public, and those will feature a number of different, the ability to listen to music, to walk your dogs, to relax, to convene, in to have community that is open to the public. That is at a cost to us to build those public plazas of about $3 million. Again, I cite these figures only because that's where the TIF money would go in addition to the parking. We also will be doing a myriad of street improvements along Sierra Madre, Rio Grande, Saguache that will greatly enhance our neighbors in the Mill Street neighborhood. We've had many meetings with the Mill Street neighbor. We've paid attention to their master plan. We know what's important to them as it relates to safety and sidewalks and lighting. And we are also investing in safety in areas surrounding that Mill Street neighborhood as we push out into the development in that area to the cost of about $2 million. This next slide,
Advance through that.
oh yeah, we can go through that and get to,
You can advance.
thank you.
There you go.
And thanks for doing the advancement for us. So this is an important slide, and this takes economists to understand. So we did hire Summit Economics to do this for us, Tom Bennings in particular, and to tell us what is the economic impact of this residential and mixed-use community that we're building. And so there's really three different sources, and I'm going to talk about it in layman's terms, and that is from a construction standpoint. Over about 10 years, that's the span of time it will take to build all three of those phases, about $300 million will be added to the local GDP due to the construction activity, and that's about 400 construction jobs related to the project. Property management and retail operations after the development is already open, that impact over 22 years, because we need about 3 years to actually build it and get it open, will be $176 million with about an addition of 142 jobs during that time. Then there is, and this took a while to learn and understand, but the impact, particularly in a thriving, growing community, is the household formation that is new. It is not just borrowing from Peter to pay Paul to have people relocate to that area, but it is new household formation and economic contribution is $613 million with anticipating about 258 jobs added to the local community. We can go to the next slide, please.
So this is a rendering. You may have seen this before, but this is about phase one. So this is directly south of the stadium, and this is phase one of the project bordered by Saguache and Sierra Madre. Construction began in summer of 2021 and is anticipated to open in the spring of 2024. As you can see, this building includes 5/2 wood frame construction with 408 residential units and full amenity package, including pools and hot tubs and sitting areas, and a rooftop cabana that will overlook the stadium. Our current plans, as it relates to parking, includes 4 levels of parking that'll be wrapped, so you won't see that. That's a trend that many folks are going towards now, so there's not open parking spaces, but that is wrapped by the building itself, and that will have 742 parking spaces. And as Laura said earlier, we plan to have about 1,200, just over 12,000, square feet of retail space on that particular building. Can you go to the next slide, please? One more. Advance through. We're trying to cut time off. There you go. All right. I want to share with you 3 brief messages, if we could, about the company. And number one is that Dean Widener, the owner of Widener Apartment Homes, is not just another developer that has recently discovered Colorado Springs, and we'll go into that in a little bit more in depth in the next slides. But as a long-term owner and operator of apartment communities, our company, Widener Apartment Homes, will be committed to the long-term health and operations of this project. Mr. Widener and his family and his team at Widener Apartment Homes generally care about the community and aren't just financially invested, but are intrinsically committed. And let's start with the first one, if we could, and I'm going to turn it over to Laura. Advance, please.
This slide's important to us so that you can see in that old black and white photo that's up there that Dean Widener, the founder of the company, his roots run deep. He was you can see it up there, but graduate of the first graduating class of Wasson High School in District 11. He also happened to be classmates with Dave Jenkins with Norwood, and he played on the local football team. So we're pretty proud of that slide. And in addition, he does have a sister that lives here in Colorado Springs, so it's family that still remains. And if we could go to the next slide. And then one more after that, and one more after that, and one more after that. We can keep going. And I'm going to go to the next one, please, and thank you. This is a slide that talks about how we will be good stewards of the TIF funding if we are successful with all of you tonight. So we really believe in the power of public art. And when we were doing a lot of different work around Widener Field, and I'm sure that you probably have seen that incredible sculpture that stands at the entrance that was designed by Tom Neppel and his team at Springs Fab and built and constructed by them. But another important part of public art that we did is we studied what artist would be appropriate to have on the exterior wall along Saguache. And you need to remember, and I know that some of you do, that just 5 years ago, this was a blighted area of our community, and homeless lived on that block. And so in the resurgence of such, we thought a good artist selection would be Leroy Neiman. And the reason for that is, first of all, he has very vibrant colors. They really speak to activity, and they align well with what we're going to do inside of Widener Field. But perhaps equally important is he came from very disadvantaged circumstances, and part of his legacy was to make sure that art was available to all. And so he particularly wanted his art available to those who were lesser franchised. And so the ability to produce his artwork and have it on the outside of Widener Field 24/7, and you don't have to pay a dime to stand there and look and be inspired, was an important part of our public art commitment.
Can you advance to the next, please? So this is a depiction of a number of different pieces of art that we have on different buildings or in different communities that we own and have developed throughout the United States. And there are some examples of what it could look like in the 2 public parks that we plan for our building here in the Springs. One of them is a kinetic structure that's at the roundabout at Wooden Creek in Washington. Another one is a human-sized bronze rabbits from a local artist there in Washington as well. We have the Gallery of Skyline Lofts that has local works of art, or a 3D mural that's placed on the side of a building in Leavenworth, Washington, which is a Bavarian themed town up in the mountains. Can you go through the next slide, please? One more. One more. Okay. So in this slide and the next few ones, we want to talk a little bit about the importance of education to the owner of our company. And we're significantly invested into workforce development and into education. The Widener Property Management and Real Estate Program was launched in 2013 at the University of Alaska at Anchorage, with over $4.5 million invested over the last 10 years. Nearly 800 students have completed the Introduction to Real Estate Management course, and over $300,000 of direct financial aid has been given to students as they go through their coursework. Over 66 students have graduated in that time with a degree in the industry and are currently working either in Alaska, the lower 48, or internationally. And 85 students are currently declared in the program. The reason I show this to you is because Widener Center of Real Estate and Property Management is something that has been very successful, not only as a workforce incubator for young people to come into an industry that is career-oriented and has an opportunity to have jobs throughout the United States and Canada, but it's also been so successful for us that on the next slide, we've invested in 4 other universities to develop those same sorts of programs. Interestingly enough, we are currently in conversations with UCCS in order to discuss the possibility of establishing a program here in the Springs that's similar to that. That would allow for students to go through and have a meaningful career in residential or commercial property management. You go to the next slide, please. Those are 3 examples of students that have gone through some of those programs. And we're very proud of our long-term commitment to the education of young people and feel that these types of private and public partnerships are very beneficial for not only students, but their families, the education system, and the future workforce. We understand there may be some desire from the district to partner with Widener during the construction phase of our project to expose students to that part of the process. And I think you'll find us to be a very enthusiastic supporter of these types of innovative programs, and that could lead to very, as I said before, lucrative career opportunities, and look forward to future conversations with the district if you so desire. Next. One more.
We're going to skip over this slide, but I do want to mention that this gentleman here beside me does serve as the president of the Apartment Association's Educational Institute for the past 2 years, so he is really committed. But I'm going to talk about this slide that's up here, and I'm sure you're familiar with Working Fusion's Tiny Homes project that is very close to where Widener Field is. And we recently made a contribution to Shelley Jensen and her team for 4 of her houses. For if you're not familiar with her project, it is all about taking homeless young people from ages 18 to 29 towards self-sufficiency. And with our contribution, she is able to have all of the 18 homes fully funded. And we were able to take a tour yesterday and see some of the young people that are living there and growing plants and making friends and neighbors and learning to have a different path toward a successful future. So that was very fulfilling. And this last slide that we're going to put up here is just a visual. This was July 4th at Widener Field. The community came out and in droves and enjoyed a good fireworks show. So this is just to say it's not all about soccer and sports. It's really a community asset. And we thank you for the opportunity to present today. And thank you for all you do on behalf of the children in District 11.
Thank you. And with that, the only other thing I wanted to add for the board, these big projects, lot goes into these, a lot of thought. Really, this area has been such a targeted area for reinvestment for so long, and to have just the private capital being able to come in to get us to that next level has just been nothing short of incredible. So as a native to Colorado Springs, seeing the work that we've done down here is phenomenal. So we can't do these projects without the cooperation of all the taxing entities. There's just not a way to get them done. So with that being said, we're here to answer any questions that any of you may have. Thank you so much for giving us time.
Thank you, Mr. Walker and Mr. Serbano and Ms. Newman. Hopefully I got your names right. Appreciate your report that you had, the presentation that you had, and like Mr. Walker said, that this is a partnership, different taxing entities coming together and revitalizing our downtown area. And when you build all those apartment buildings, the hope is that it brings students into our district too, and then they come directly into our schools. So thank you for your presentation. And for the board, this is a request from the Urban Renewal Authority to approve that tax increment financing. There is, and to the community too, there is no direct financial impact to the district's general fund, as any tax revenue that is not received is backfilled by the state. Did I get that right, Glenn? Okay. So, and the slides talked about, we help with the economic development of our city. With that, I turn to my board questions. Director Loma.
Well, first of all, everything sounds wonderful. It does. Like you said, I've been here for a couple of decades now, and that area was, pretty bad. And I guess that the field changed things, the work they did. But what caught my attention was the micro apartments. Now, I've seen some of those in the Philippines, and it's kind of, that's a very new concept in the United States. That's almost like just having a hotel room, pretty much. Can you maybe elaborate on that?
Thank you very much for the question, Director. Micro units have had a resurgence over the last number of years, primarily as a result of an answer towards affordability. There seems to be, particularly in urban markets, folks who don't own cars, folks who are looking to shed a lot of personal belongings and don't really want to have a large footprint. And so these units, and micro units, the term itself encompasses a lot of different unit types, but there are some specifics that go along with them. Generally, they're somewhere in the neighborhood of 180 to less than 350 square feet. So ours are on the higher end of that. Believe it or not, my son, when he was at the Seattle University, lived in a 187 square foot apartment, micro unit that actually had a shower and a toilet inside the unit. But most of them will have congregant spaces built into the building, as we're talking about here. So that way they don't have to live within 300 square feet or 187 in his case. Meeting spaces, places to read, places to recreate, common areas where they can meet other friends. And so it really is a smaller footprint at a smaller dollar cost for them. And so we see a big resurgence of that in many different areas. And we wanted to test the concept here. We don't know if it will take off, but based on the amount of people who are looking to live in the downtown area, the amount of people that have leased up apartments as quickly as they have in the new product that's coming on board, we're willing to give it a try and think that's a good way to do some affordability built within this property.
So they'll have a mini stove, a mini refrigerator, a mini everything?
That's correct, all of them. And ours will actually have bathrooms built in
Yeah,
at that more generous size.
Interesting. No, I've seen them before. If you've ever been to Metro Manila, that's pretty much all they have.
Yeah.
And when I walked in, I go, this will never fly in the United States. Yeah. Times have changed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Director Daniels.
Thank you. Times have definitely changed, and a lot of people are looking to shed a lot of extra stuff. Yes, we're no longer doing all of that grandiose stuff that we did in the past, which also leads me to the question of the partnerships that are happening in and around the downtown area. I know that we've had mostly faith-based organizations trying to build out units for single parents. How is that going? And also those internships look really good. Are we working on that diligently for perhaps some of our students? If we are attracting them, that's going to be the areas that sing, right, for the students and the program.
Yeah, thank you for your questions, Director. We're not working on that diligently enough, and so I offer you my name and Laura to get together. And we've had some preliminary conversations at some point throughout the past years, but we're very intensely interested in trying to find different ways to provide alternatives for young folks as they're looking for different paths. And so if you're open to that and you want to have some folks who are either pursuing construction or trades or those sorts of things, or just talking about how development goes on, because it's a big net driver of economic activity in downtown and urban areas. And so we look forward to having that conversation with you.
Yeah, thank you. The facilities down there, it's amazing how much just that space is bringing a transformation. And I think there have been tons of people looking for that to happen here. And I know we have there are certain measures you can't go above to hide the mountains and all that stuff downtown, but I was just curious about the reception and how everyone is feeling with the feedback, because it's amazing.
That's a great question. We've taken our time to make sure that we listen to the community. We believe we've done a tremendous amount of outreach, particularly to the neighborhood that's directly adjacent to us, because they're going to experience the greatest amount of change with Widener Field coming on board, and then the existing development. Now, there's lots of other development happening to the north of Cimarron and to the east of us. But I can speak to our experience is that we felt welcomed from the city, certainly from the county and from everybody around who are helping us as we go through this journey of trying to do this development downtown. It's not easy to do. It takes a lot of work and coordination. The costs are much more exorbitant, and as we've seen throughout this last couple of years, costs have only gone up. We decided to stick with Colorado Springs. Mr. Widener feels very strongly attached to this area. We have gotten the benefit, I think, of a lot of good connections to some of the faith-based organizations, a lot of the associations that are looking for economic vitality here. We've met with a lot of community associations, other developers, and folks that work in social services. And so we've been able to partner with them. They've been in our sphere, and they've opened the arms to, and allowed us to help in different ways. Our commitment to the tiny fusion tiny home project. We would not have been able to make that connection without, folks in the community saying you should talk to these folks because there's a need in that community. It helps young people who are trying to get into self-sufficiency, and it's housing related. So it's in our wheelhouse, and we had the opportunity to participate in that, so we're very glad.
It's exciting.
Thank
Thank you for bringing
Director Nelson.
So I had a question about the work session. There was discussion on previous agreements with URA, there being a benefit to D11 students somehow. And so, you mentioned internships or whatever, but just wondering, can we get something in writing? My job is to look out for the district and our students, and so I don't want it to be we agree and then we don't
Sure.
have follow-up.
Yeah, no, actually, it was funny. I was having a conversation with Chris Odom actually out in the hallway talking about what an MOU or partnership agreement could look like, and that's absolutely something that we can talk through and figure out, especially as this conversation comes more online about how do we get the students involved and how do we do more stuff to get more programming in for them. So
Okay.
absolutely.
And if I-
Yeah.
I'm here on the dais right now, and I'm probably being recorded, but let's talk right we talk right afterwards, but we'll commit time and effort to trying to figure out what the best program is for us to support, either financially with collaboration with the district or specifically with our project down there. So
Okay.
we're pretty innovative, but also there's not a lot of layers at the company. I spoke to Mr. Widener just earlier today in preparation for this, and he wanted to reassure you that if there are some opportunities for us to assist in areas that we can bring internships or, more importantly, ways to get programming to students within the walls of the schools, we want to be a supporter of that.
That's great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll be here afterwards. We can
We'll probably run late tonight, so. My follow-up question is, in the work session, Glenn mentioned that it's very unlikely this would happen, but if the state would suddenly choose to not backfill the funding, then is there a way, again, I'm looking out for the district,
Sure.
that language that can be added to the contract that somehow the district is not, I think he said that it would be a loss of millions of dollars to the district. So.
Yeah, so typically with URA agreements, we can't finance them or we can't do anything with it with clauses in there that says, what if, right?
Okay.
What if something like this occurs? I can tell you the city has the lobbyist Brownstein Hyatt. The other cities, we've got partnerships with Downtown Colorado Inc., the Urban Land Institute, the Colorado Municipal League, along with other cities. I can promise you, I can't promise you, but I would be fairly certain that if a rule like this were to happen, where they were going to pull that funding, they would grandfather what already has occurred,
Okay.
because frankly, it would destroy the financing of urban renewals in these projects throughout the entire state, and then that would be a devastating effect on school districts across the entire state too. So I would be, I think if that was actually going to happen, it would be on future projects going forward, just like with House Bill 1348, and really the rule that brought us to present these projects to the taxing entities at this time. Before that, they didn't make urban renewals change prior plans with that new law. So
Okay.
but to my, that's where I think it
Sure.
would be going.
That helps me feel better. Thank you.
Good. Absolutely.
I guess I'm just curious, the property currently, when I look at Google Maps, it looks like there's some businesses that are there, or are those gone? Have you already purchased the property?
Yeah,
and-
Widener owns all of the land that we're going to be building on.
Okay.
So we did the parcel, we put those all together over the course of the last 4 or 5 years, and that allowed us to be able to build to this scale. It would have been very difficult, and it was difficult to put all that together. It was probably 13 different transactions that we
Yeah.
were working on at the time. But to be able to put that all together, we're ready to go. So
That's
yeah.
great.
Thank
Well,
you.
Thank you guys for coming tonight.
Appreciate it.
So, thank you. I'll get into it. I do appreciate, what some of the questions our board directors are asking us for that partnership. That translates into our classroom, some type of partnership, and you being so honest and transparent out here that you want to work with us. And Mr. Widener has a personal connection to District 11, being that first graduate from that Roy J. Watson Academic Campus. That's a local connection, and I'm sure he would want to invest in our kids and in our school district too in some meaningful way. Yes. Director Ott.
Thank you. You spoke to, well, and this came up earlier with President Malpacum about how this might impact enrollment. And I was curious what your expectation is for families moving into the apartments, because micro units just aren't going to do it for most families, so.
That is correct. And as you saw from the presentation director, that's a very small part of the 1,200 units that we're going to put in there. We're going to try the concept out and see if it works. But we have studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. And so we have not planned for any 3 bedrooms there because we don't know if the market is there. As a matter of fact, in some of the most recent developments that have happened in the downtown area, in subsequent phases, they've actually scaled back because most of that initial surge of interest were for 1 bedrooms. And so times change, though. I mean, depending upon when those come in, those buildings have started to come in over the last couple of years. Ours will come in over the next 7 years. The nice thing is we're flexible in phases 2 and 3 to make adjustments as needed.
So the question still stands, how many families do you expect? Because it was really about the family numbers or student numbers versus the apartment size.
Sure. The honest question is we don't know. If we start to have a lot of folks coming, and we will open up our leasing portal, hopefully in the beginning of summer of next year, that'll give us a much better idea of what sort of traffic will happen. But there's a lot of apartments that have been built out in the downtown core, and so our expectation is that we'll hear from our customer, and that'll determine what we build. Right now, those are the projections that we have, which are upwards of 2 bedrooms. And in quite a number of our current existing apartment communities, 2 bedrooms serve as a home for a lot of families there. So it's not just going to be 2 singles living in 2 different units. So we expect a fair amount. It's hard to give a specific number.
Okay. I would have expected market research to have shown, given that there has been all that building downtown, that you would have some idea, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Daniels.
Yes, so piggybacking off that question, I'm thinking there is a future area that you're looking for as well, right? It's starting downtown, but we're also thinking there's some other areas that's coming in that you're thinking of developing as far as a master
Well, we
plan?
own about 3,000 units right now in Colorado Springs, but this is our first development in downtown that has a TIF component to it. So are we considering doing more development here? We do own some parcels of land throughout Colorado Springs, and we'll see how this continues to work out. Really, it's about market demand and how we can provide quality housing, but we'll be tied up over the course of the next
20 years or
7 to 8 years in terms of this project, depending upon how long it takes to build out.
Is it possibly going up Nevada? Possibly? No?
Not this project. We do have projects on North Nevada, other urban renewal projects. And then the only other thing I wanted to add too is one trend we are seeing, and the Urban Land Institute's done some studies on this, but when we can do infill projects that really have nothing on them in their current state, that we can get residential and commercial on them, the goal is always to keep those, especially if they're younger people that are coming in, keeping them within the district boundaries. So they fall in love with downtown, they fall in love with the area, and they go, we want to stay here. We want the kids to go to Palmer, we want to have kids in this area. So ultimately, the hope is that they end up staying, and we're bringing in new families that are going to build up in the community as well.
Yeah. And seeing no further questions, and thank you for that feedback. It's not only the community that's moving in there, it's all the sales tax revenue that they are going to generate, the economic impact that's going to happen with the jobs that are going to be created, and retail spaces that are going to be opened, and basically getting an area like what you said, it's blighted, now turning it into properties that are going to impact our city in a meaningful way, and getting that community to thrive. So seeing no further questions, I'm going to again piggyback on what Director Nelson said, that hopefully we can develop a partnership that benefits our students. And maybe I'm willing to sit with you, Mr. Sarbano, if that is necessary, or the superintendent would be a more ideal person, or our CTE department would be, the career technology department would be a more apt people to direct our students to have this conversation with you. Seeing no further questions, roll call, please, Marcel. Roll call, please, Kathy.
Mrs. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Aye.
Mr. Loma?
Aye.
Mr. Melpacum?
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson?
Aye.
Mrs. Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The contract award is for the Urban Renewal Authority is approved. Congratulations. We look forward to you going forth and look forward to this project coming forth. Best wishes to you guys. And thank you for being here for the presentation today. The next item on the agenda, contract award, District Student Benchmark Assessment. Director Daniels, can you please make the motion for action item F3? Yep.
Thank you. I move that the Board of Education approve contract C2022-0102 with Renaissance Learning, Inc. for a 5-year contract amount of $866,143. The implementation and initial training period will begin May 12th, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2022. Contract subscription and maintenance will begin July 1st, 2022, and renew annually thereafter. If fully executed, this contract will end June 30th, 2027.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Dr. Glidich, this is a new item.
Yes,
What
sir.
information do you have for the board?
Yes,
to review?
board member, the current student benchmark assessment system, as you know, is Galileo K-12, and you receive your benchmark reports quarterly through District Education Insights. However, that contract ends at the end of this school year, which would be June 30th, 2022. So over the last several months, the district has worked together in collaboration with procurement to identify a new system. And in your background information, you'll see that the goal was to identify a system with a specific need to demonstrate correlation, especially to the Colorado academic standards, because we use these results as predictors for our state assessment test, but also we use these results to identify where we need to grow students and/or help our students to achieve. So the contract, as it was written, is to award to the Renaissance Learning Company so that we can continue with our quarterly reports, which will be metrics within the board priorities as well. And so I've asked Chris Odom to come here tonight to share with you any specifics about the contract, should you have questions. And I just want you to know that I've been working with David and Eric regards to the implementation of such, because this will be something new for our teachers next year, along with a few other things. And just want you to know our planning process in doing this. Once approved by the board, all of the teams that are bringing forward anything new, such as this, they're meeting with me Friday morning at 9 o'clock because they've all gone through a potential problem analysis, what could go wrong with the implementation, and all of the teams are bringing forward all of those things that could go wrong with identified actions that they can be prepared to take to mitigate the risk, or take actions that they could take if it does happen, what we can do to resolve it. So just know that there is planning in place for the implementation of these new systems that are coming forward. And what we would like for you to approve this evening is the new system. And one of the things that I know Chris is going to respond to the contract, but I'm going to put David on the spot, because one of the things that I learned with this particular program that will be a strength for us moving forward is that it has greater alignment with what we do in our high schools. And I can remember one or two board meetings, I heard someone say that Galileo, high school principals that shared Galileo wasn't necessarily addressing the high school needs. And that was something that we looked very long and hard at. And their evaluation team did a yeoman's job. So we said that this item would take 5 minutes, and my intro was more than that. I apologize. But Chris, could you go over the contract with us, please?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gleditch. Good evening, Board. Just real quick, in addition to the contracting officer technical reps of Dr. Kaliki and Dr. Mason, from Renaissance Learning is Miss Cher Kirchen. Thank you so much for joining us. And for this project, the contracting officer, I'd like to acknowledge Miss Rosa Garcia. She put a lot of effort into getting this to the finish line. Thank you so much. Skipping through, Dr. Gleditch took some of my presentation. Thank you. So after we issued the solicitation last fall, we received 3 proposals and 1 no bid. We established an 18-person evaluation committee, which included staff from various schools and departments representing all grade levels. There were over 40 district staff from across the district that participated in vendor demonstrations, sandbox testing, and provided input toward the final selection. The evaluation team met after evaluating technical proposals and deemed that Renaissance Learning was the technical superior offering. Some of the following supports that rationale. They had a high technical reliability, which primarily includes service outages during high use. They have an accurate test result validity. This is important as the district is one of the large users of the comprehensive benchmark assessment product. Renaissance Learning has strong national reputation for consistent provision of accurate test results. Additionally, the National Center of Intensive Intervention lists Renaissance Learning as providing convincing evidence of reliable test results for all grade levels. And to the point Dr. Gleditch was making, they also are one of the few providing convincing evidence of classification accuracy of academic screening for high school grade levels. And finally, the third leg of the area that brings strengths to their technical offering is strong educational resources. They have publicly available research demonstrating the accuracy of results and predictions for performance on college and career readiness assessments, published numerous studies related to measuring academic performance during and after the global pandemic. Next, we evaluated past performance. Overall, Renaissance Learning was deemed high confidence, and we did reach out to our local neighbors in other Colorado areas. 2 were local school districts that gave high confidence ratings to their past performance. Finally, price. During price proposal evaluations, pricing was evaluated as complete, reasonable, and realistic. After price negotiations concluded, we realized a cost reduction of $326,011. Overall, Renaissance Learning was the highest technical rated offering and the lowest price, making them overall the best value. The total contract term goes through June 2027 at a total contract value of $866,143 for a 5-year period. This is approximately 3% higher than the current contract cost. We have all of our standard contract terms and conditions. This will annually renew. So if something were to happen and we changed or no longer needed these services, we could end the contract. It's not all upfront paid. If you approve tonight, the implementation phase will begin tomorrow. This includes preparation and data transfer, installation and setup, data import and entry, and training. License and support of all new programs will start July 1 of this year and renew annually at $166,167 through the term ending June 30th, 2027. This concludes my overview of the solicitation process and the contract, and I turn it back over for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Soda. Questions? Director Daniels.
Thank you. So this system, we finally have all of the opportunities to dig in that deep dive for the teachers and getting that information, right? Everything we were looking for to just ask those questions and bring it back to the class and be able to, you know, build all of those possible tests, right? That's where we are. We finally got it.
So I want to clarify two things. So the first thing is this is truly a gold standard nationally for what it is intended to do, which is serve as an excellent district benchmark, which is a normed test, meaning we get a comparison of how our students are doing compared to a national sample, a very large national sample. And it's it's highly valid for looking at various treatments, various programs, program evaluation, and how are our instructional decisions happening in the classroom, how are those playing out over the long term? How resilient are they? How sticky are they, if you will? What it is not designed to do is to create conditions that you make those quick instructional decisions. One reason for that is it is a just space the terminology. It's a adaptive test, meaning that as students are answering questions, they get, depending on their answer, they get a different question, depending on what their previous answer was. That makes it impossible to look at individual items that the student is answering, because it's possible for all students to answer a different test. The advantage to that is it really tailors into a student's development and their specific skills as they take that test. So it really limits the situation in which a student just sees over and over and over questions that they don't know, because it's adapting to their previous answer. So that's the advantage. The disadvantage is that we can't see individual items, and that makes it of limited use in making those quick instructional decisions that teachers are doing in their classroom. So how are we going to address that? That is where our common interim assessment process comes in. So you have heard about Performance Matters through the Power School system, and we're using common interim assessments from teacher-generated tests and quizzes and challenges of various types. We purchased a lot of those items through ESSER funding, so we have a huge 300,000 plus item bank that teachers can pull from. Those are very effective at making those, allowing faculty to make those quick instructional decisions. Oh, we are looking at a specific skill that is looking a little bit weak. We can bolster that with some of our CIAs, is what we're calling them, common interim assessments. And then we take that data and we can triangulate or compare it over the longer term to our district benchmark data. And that's where Renaissance shines, because we're now looking at a national comparative sample. For the quick decisions we made in the classroom, we can now compare it to a national sample and say how resilient is this knowledge with all of our students. So I don't want to convey that this is the Swiss Army knife of all assessments. We don't actually want that. We want the best tools in the most efficient manner to do what we need it to do. And as a district benchmark, this is the gold standard of what we can get.
That's great, because with Power School and everything we've had to learn, obviously we're going to need training for this one, and possibly seeing how to maybe not redesign, reconfigure things that we didn't see on the front end, but we're working with it and it's coming up on the, all of that stuff. And we have ways to manage that conversation as we're moving forward. I'm just thinking, like, every time, and then it turns into some upset, and then people start like, and then you were like, okay, so I'm just, are we, I know we're trying to get somewhere, but I just know that all of the, the puttering along in the car, somehow somebody's going to want to stop the car and ask a bunch of questions that make it seem as if we didn't know what we were doing.
Gotcha. Board Member Daniels, you just gave at least 6 what could go wrong that should be included in his potential problem analysis when he comes this Friday. That was excellent, because those are some of the very same things we talked about as a group with everything that we do. So Did you get the 6?
I did.
Include 'em.
Because they're coming, they're gonna be like,
And I
"Roar,"
appreciate
we're gonna be
hearing
like,
that.
"Ah."
Yeah, I really do appreciate that, and given some of the challenges we've had over the past year, for sure. I think this is one of the real powerful conversations we've been able to have with districts who have adopted this system in Renaissance Learning. They've been able to really help us hone in on because we want to do this in a staged fashion, right? We don't want to there's a lot of information in this system. We don't want to dump it all out at once. What are the ones that you, as another district who's 2-3 years down the road, which reports did you prioritize first and have you found the most use for? And so we're going to take that information from multiple districts, and that's really going to set the stage for our first phase of training and professional development, and not overwhelm the system. Just take what we need, light, quick, and make good use of that with strong understanding. And then move into get our super users who can really become very strong and adept, be a resource for their building to dive deeper into some other reports that are of great value, but could overwhelm a learner, an adult learner, when we're trying to adopt the system.
Yeah, and I just know that we've been working on getting all of the pieces in place, and then something happens and it makes people upset and they gun for you, you know, and they don't know the back end of all the work that's been put in and all of the, testing it and RFQs and everything, just to make it seem like where you were doing it and hiding it and not being transparent and you're not telling the whole story and all of that. So I just wanted to make sure that we're like, nope, we've been in this conversation for a long time. Dr. K, everybody's been asking the questions, and yes, we're looking at front-loading the questions so that we can have the answers, so people don't try to knock our heads off.
Yeah, if I may just give a shout out to my colleague who went out of his way to design a review committee who were kind of skeptical, right? I feel like he went out of his way to not get the people who are already on board with the idea, but who had struggled with the district benchmark approach, and to really get their buy-in and their vision and their feedback. So I just want to give Dr. Mason a lot of kudos for going that route and setting up a real robust evaluation team.
Thank you, Dr. Mason. Thank you, everybody, because I know you've been working hard.
Director Jurgensen.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Galileo back from teaching and how cumbersome it was at times. So I appreciate that we're changing this up now. I'm curious to, Dr. Dan spoke to a bunch of it, but just maybe 2 minutes on how the sandbox testing went, what your teachers liked, as a result of it, and the promising things you see that you haven't mentioned.
I'm going to hand that over to Dr. Mason since he's in charge of that.
So one of the opportunities that we had was to take a look at how the system works, and I think one of the primary high marks that was given to it by especially school-based instructors was the teacher resources. Easy to read reports that come out instantly after a student has tested, which is something that right now we have some data after a student tests using our current vendor, but not access to some of the more normed data like scale scores and growth data. That comes very, very quickly with this system. The other benefit is something that the vendor refers to as Home Connect, which allows the student to log in and see all of their scores. One of the features of this particular product is it can be used for diagnostic testing and screening, as well as benchmarking. So all that data will be in there, and parents can actually sign up for an email that will come back to them and give them those reports very quickly when students have new scores. So we're looking forward to working with the vendor to see if we can get that implemented fairly quickly, because we think that's going to be a feature that's going to please parents and please teachers who want to work directly with mom and dad and the student about goal setting. Okay. So those were some of the really key highlights. One more, and that is our current test is rather long. Right now, a comprehensive test can take 45 minutes to an hour and 15 minutes depending on the grade level. These tests run between 20 and 30 minutes, which means taking less time away from class and from instruction. So we're hoping that's a benefit as well.
Great, thank you.
So the 20 or 30 minutes, Dr. Mason, that's 3 times a year or 4 times a year? Is that
The goal right now would be 3 times a year with our current windows. The first window occurring in September, second window occurring at the end of November, beginning of December, and the third window would be in late February, early March, right before spring break. And that way we have the data we need for various purposes, and we get it into the hands of our educators before the testing window, so they can get a good idea of where those students are headed and how their programs are functioning for academic improvement.
And that 30 minutes is enough to figure out whether...
It is. That's one of the benefits of adaptive testing.
Okay.
Is with adaptive testing, you get an accurate score a lot quicker than you would with what we call a form test.
Okay. Director Nelson. Oh.
So first, I want to say thank you to the team that was involved in doing this research. I know there's a couple in the room, and so just really value having lots of eyes on this, and thank you for the hard work. Appreciate it. I had written down, so I was smirking when Dr. Gleditch said that you're coming up with a plan, because I had written down what are the strengths and weaknesses, and then what are the plans to compensate for those weaknesses. So I'm glad that you don't even need to answer to me tonight, just to know that you guys are already thinking about it. I appreciate that. And specifically, I noticed that the technical feasibility of implementation scored low, technical capacity. There are some weaknesses here that just I can see in the rubric, and just hoping that you guys are already thinking about how are we going to adjust for that, and especially with our power school issues that we faced. So thank you for already thinking about that. One of the questions I had was, and I asked this during the math curriculum process as well, RFP process, just that, did we go and research, here are the assessments that we, across the nation, are proven to do well. And it sounds like you've already said this is a gold standard, but I just want, as a district, for us to be thinking about in the future that we're intentional, that we're researching products and going and pursuing them, or when we do our RFPs, are we opening it up to companies and they're coming and selling us a product and they're going to tell us how great it is. And so I just want to put it out there that we're being very intentional, same with the math curriculum. Do we just open it up for people to come and they're going to tell us how great it is, sell us a product, or are we intentionally looking and researching what is working out there in education, whether it's public, private, charter, I don't care. Just am curious how much upfront research we did.
I want to give high praise to the procurement department because they make sure that we follow a very strict set of procedures so that our process is completely objective. We don't go out to conferences and find our favorite banner. The process has to be kept honest, it has to be kept open for the vendors, and completely fair. And part of that fairness and the qualities that the team that we put together, the decision team, which gave the recommendation to Dr. Colicky, is they themselves made that one of their key conditions. They wanted to make sure that this was a high-quality vendor, objectively rated, not based on their own standards, but based on standards from external sources. This was the only vendor that presented data specifically during the demonstrations from an external rater, a unbiased organization, nonprofit, that rates interventions. And it was quite impressive to us that they were willing to use someone else's scores to rate them.
Yeah, that's true.
And that I think that says a lot about the vendor. They are one of the largest testing companies in the world, but that speaks to their confidence that they are well rated by folks who are, take a hard look at tests like this.
I can appreciate that because I was comparing it to, if I'm going to go buy a car, I look at Consumer Reports,
Right.
and I'm looking at the gas mileage, the safety, all those things. So thank you for sharing that piece of information. I guess with it being an annual renewal, is there kind of a go, no-go date that we as a district will determine, yes, we're going to renew, and an evaluation that will happen over the course of the year?
So this is intended to automatically renew unless there's problems, okay? And those should be documented. And we tell all of our customers, if you're experiencing issues with the performance that is less than the standard that's reflected in the contract, you need to bring us in. We'll try and correct it. We have tools and processes that we use. And if we can't fix it, then we're going to terminate or we're not going to renew. Okay? Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess just that, because the RFP process takes time, so
Right.
that we don't, hit May and realize, oh, it didn't actually do what we needed it to do. So just that there will be this check by somebody of, is it doing what we need it to do, that we can adjust if needed and start another RFP next
So
year.
part
Part
of
of
the.
the, I'm sorry,
Go
I was just
ahead.
going to say, part of the implementation plan that Eric will be responsible for will be presenting a work breakdown structure of what needs to be done when. And within that work breakdown structure, there will be checkpoints.
Great.
On how the system is working. Not only, and it probably won't take place until after we get a quarterly test done, and maybe two, so there will be checkpoints. And there'll be things that we need to look at when that happens. How did it work with our other systems, so forth and so on. So there will be monitoring of that, and it will be, he will be the one that would be accountable for bringing it to his boss's attention if things are not working right, and then we need to talk with the company.
Okay.
And that it's going to be a part of the work breakdown structure for all programs coming forth next fall.
Great. I just want to make sure that we, that we have time if we need to adjust as a district, So I think that was all my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, just piggybacking on what Director Nelson talked about, we always hear when a contract comes in front of the board, and I'm just going back to 4 or 5 years back too, that this is the gold standard, this is the gold standard. We just want to make sure, I've heard the same thing from Dr. Mason when he talks about Galileo in the past, that this is a deep dive into the assessment. We can look at the item. We just want to make sure that this is going to directly impact our students and provide the best resource for our teachers. So that's where I think Director Nelson is coming from, that, and she talked about some of the technical stability part and the reliability part. I'm sure you guys have your eyes on it, and we just don't want to go through the same kind of problems that Power School has encountered over the past 6 to 8 months. So please keep an eye on it, and Director Loma.
Well, she stole one of my questions, but I have an interest in your adaptive questions. How in the world do you adapt your questioning? That just like, it may be too long to tell me now, but that just caught my attention. I'm pretty sure that's a relatively new way of doing things. I've never heard of it, adaptive questioning.
It's happened before. I think we had NWEA map before, and which was the same type of adaptive testing.
That's probably about a 20-year-old approach. It's been around for a while. I can send you a couple articles. I think I sent you a couple on test reliability and validity because some of those were questioned. This was before I could let you know that Renaissance Learning was our adopted vendor or our preferred vendor. Those articles were from Renaissance Learning. So there's a large body of resources that they put together, 1 or 2 page things that really get down into explaining how that works without overwhelming into a technical paper. So I'd be happy to send that along. And it's a fun read.
Yeah,
it's
just
good.
send that to
It's
me.
good stuff. When you're done with your mountain bike ride, you can read this article.
Oh, while I'm riding.
Well, while you're riding, yeah, it's all downhill, so you're good.
I'll do that.
I'll do that. I'll put that in a Friday night note.
Thank you.
Director Nelson.
Okay, I remembered another question I had. You mentioned that there is a weakness, I don't know if that's the right word to use, as far as teachers being able to take that information and adjust immediately. So we have supplemented with some, what did you call it, common interim assessments that we're funding through ESSER. So my question is, how long are those products available that we've already paid for, and the plan going forward? will we need to budget for that in the future?
Yeah, I can see where I was unclear. What we purchased with ESSER were the item banks. So we get valid and reliable common interim assessments, and those are stand. So it's a one-time purchase
Oh, okay.
through Power School.
Okay.
So that's what we use some ESSER money for. The Power School tool is part of the Power School universe and is working well. Like, this is Performance Matters, and this has been a good match. So that is an ongoing. That's accounted for financially ongoing through our Power School budget, and then we won't have a need. Over 300,000 items. I think we're good for a while with those items. So
Okay.
one-time purchase.
Okay, good deal. Another question that I had was, I remember watching an accreditation meeting where we were speaking to this assessment, evaluation, and then our math curriculum, and depending what we choose, there could be some overlap. Is that the case? Did we pick the things that are overlapping? And maybe you're looking at me like I don't know what you're talking about. So maybe
I guess I would
wrong.
need clarification on overlap.
That they work well together, they play well together. I think that the curriculum, I think it was Dr. Mason that was speaking to it, or
Yeah.
maybe it was Paul Bungie, but.
So I think there's.
Are you referencing whether or not what we teach is aligned with what we test? With the Colorado academic standards?
I think it was, I think it might have even been more of the technology that but, okay, never mind.
Well,
Yeah,
I think, are you also thinking, will it work when we go to administer the test and the kids sit down and take the test? Is that what you're talking about? It aligns within our system so that it will work flawlessly? Is that what you're talking about?
No, but that sounds like a good question to ask. So go ahead and answer.
That's a part of our PPA. I was
Yeah.
going to share that. But get back to me if you think about it, that
Okay,
we might be able to get greater clarity with that.
And if I remember right, I think I was there in that accreditation meeting too. What was being discussed at that meeting by some of the committee members is that if we choose a math curriculum that aligns, or it's from the same company that's providing an assessment, then there would be more alignment, more, as opposed to, what I remember also is you have two different committees, two different people looking at RFPs, and they're working in silos. And maybe there could be some exchange of information. That's what I remember from your committee meeting.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't remember.
Paul was on
Yeah.
our search. I think if I'm hearing the question correctly, Renaissance Learning has a wide variety of products. So if you go on their website, you will see a wide variety. We are using only two of those for our benchmark. It's our philosophy in Education Insights that we have a degree of separation from the treatment, being math curriculum, summer bridge, whatever we're doing, to how we're evaluating it with a benchmark tool. Because what we do get into sometimes with a vendor, and you guys, let's just be honest, you guys saw this with the last summer math evaluation. We were forced to use the vendor's tool. We would like to see a separation of that. They're aligned, certainly, but they're aligned because their state standards align. And so when we have that separation, we can use a tool that's not dependent on any one approach. And we can get to the real beauty of a district benchmark, which is this approach effective over a longer term, right? Does it generate resilient student learning? And so by having that separation, we can do that, because now we're using common interim assessments in one way, and then we're using a district benchmark to test. We're validating this process all the way back to its inception. So I don't know if that gets to what you were.
No, that's good.
Okay.
What you're saying makes a lot of sense, so thank you.
Yeah.
My final question is just about PD, and I know I have been in so many meetings where we're doing a new math curriculum, we have Kagan, we have so many things that we're needing PD time, and so maybe it's not a question for you, but just a recognition that the district is pursuing a lot of new things, that our staff are gonna need PD, and just this plan that I'm sure is already in place of how to address that. But, and I know that there are some things within the master agreement that we might be limited, but perhaps if the board can help in any way to get you what you need, the time that you need, I don't know if this is a thing where the board and that we can reach an agreement with the union to get more time if needed. I don't know if that's a thing, but just recognizing that there's a lot that we're trying to do, and how do we do that?
When I get the collected what could go wrong, and I need help, I will call.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
I
Thank
like
you,
that.
guys.
Appreciate that.
And when we asking for extra time from our staff, it also comes with compensation. So we got to look into that too. So I do have a couple of questions. The Galileo K-12 assessments that we have right now, as a parent, I'm able to log into that system and access my daughter's 6th grade results if I want to. What happens to those if parents want to? Are parents going to lose access to Galileo K-12 after June 30th?
No.
Okay.
Galileo results.
Like from 2 years
So,
back.
so
or
the
a year
question is
back.
whether they can access Galileo results.
Yes, Galileo results. Like as a parent,
Yeah.
or do parents have to know, hey, by June 30th, if you want to access your child's results from the spring testing or the early fall testing, you better download it now because you don't have access after June 30th to Galileo.
I can speak to that. We are currently working with the Student Information System team to get all of our past benchmark data loaded in, going back several years, and that way we'll have a repository. I mean, we have that data right now. It's not like it's lost, and so I can pull up any student scores that I need to because we keep that data. However, it would behoove us to make sure that parents can log in and see it. So right now, the best system to do that in is going to be PowerSchool.
Okay, sounds good. And
That's important. Is that a part of our work breakdown structure?
It isn't. Initially, we were told because of the limitations with the PowerSchool implementation, we wouldn't be able to load that data in, but their recent decisions were that this needs to be a place that all parents can go to find all their assessment data. So that process started, I think, about 3 weeks ago. So
it is a part of your plan.
It is.
So it is
Yeah.
in the work breakdown structure.
Yeah. It was whether we were going to do it, whether we changed vendors or not. We were going to go ahead and load it in for the parent portal. So.
Okay. And this new one with Renaissance Learning, access to parents, is it convenient? Is it going to provide the information that they have? It's not only PD for our staff. We probably, have to go to the DAC and the SAC training and educate our parents too.
All I can say is the work that I've done researching the product has indicated to me they have a pretty strong structure for sending out letters and emails to parents to let them know how to log in and see their student scores. That was very impressive. And then I'm looking forward to meeting with the team from the vendor. One of the steps we took as a potential mitigation for problems is our contract includes a project manager, a level 3 project manager from the vendor. And so we're hoping to meet with that person very soon to find out the details on how to get all that implemented very quickly. So some of this, we have to learn once we get the project underway. But I think the team made the right choice. I think we've picked the vendor with the strongest support for parents.
Okay, good to hear. And this only tests ELA and math?
At this time, that's correct. Right
Okay.
now, our products are it is STAR Reading and STAR Math are the only two products that
There
we've
is
purchased.
nothing for science or social studies? Or
Not right now.
any
Not at this time.
Okay. In the ELA part, one thing that Galileo K-12 didn't provide was a writing component. Anything in this for writing component?
We still, I feel that the best way to handle writing is because it needs to be teacher graded. This is a product that has to be graded by a teacher. There's not going to be somebody out there
Right.
grading this for us. The best way to do that is in Performance Matters, is developing writing assessments through that system, and that way we have a place where teachers can go to get to see the student and what they wrote out and to grade it.
Okay. Yeah. Year after year, in the past, when CMAS results have come out at the end of the year, it seems like writing is a challenge for
It is.
our students. So NWEA map. Is this Renaissance Learning similar to that map?
It is, I would say they're an equivalent competitor.
Okay. But NWEA map did not respond to our RFP.
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I had for questions. So I do appreciate all the feedback that you are providing and all the work that you guys are putting into and the committee has put into, the thoughtful work that goes into it. And I also appreciate that it's essentially structured as a 1-year contract, that if after the first year or the second year, the product is not providing the expected results that we desire as a school district, then we can make a decision at that point in time, turn and go in a different direction. So
Thank you,
I
Board.
appreciate that too.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Gleditsch.
you. Seeing no further questions, roll call, please, Kathy.
Mrs. Daniels,
She stepped out.
Mr. Jorgensen,
Aye.
Mr. Loma,
Aye.
Mr. Melpacum,
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson,
Aye.
Mrs. Ott.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The contract has been awarded, and thank you too for the representative that is here from Renaissance Learning. We hope to have a productive relationship with you. Moving on to the next action item, contract award, charter school contract modification for 1-year extension, community prep school contract. Director Loma, can you please make the motion for action item F4?
I move that the Board of Education approve Resolution 2022-42, which extends the contract term C 2016-001 by 1 year, such that the contract term now ends June 30th, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded. And when I look at the action agenda items here, Dr. Gleditsch, we have F4, F5, and F6 are all charter school contract modifications, one after the other.
Are you reading my notes?
No.
Yes, sir.
I was hoping that maybe Ms. Odom can provide a overview of all of those and board can ask questions.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. On my notes, I read items 4, items 5, and item 6 are all charter school modifications with 1-year extension. So I was going to ask Ms. Odom if she could come forward and review what that contract is, and then you would still have to make a motion for each one because they're separate items, and you don't need to keep coming back even to me for 5 and 6. I think Ms. Odom and Dr. Comfort is here tonight if there is any questions. But so, Chris, we're going to, if you could do a general about 4, 5, and 6, but the board still needs to do individual votes. And good evening.
Absolutely. And thank you, Dr. Gleditsch. I'm shocked and hurt that you don't want to hear me talk more. I'm just kidding. Thank you for laughing. Tonight, I'm not sure if I still have any representatives from the charter school. I do believe Roosevelt is online.
There's one person behind you who raised her.
Thank you so much for coming. It's good to see you guys. It's been a long night, I know. I would like to recognize that part of the charter school team is Dr. Brandon Comfort, and he helps oversee all the program side of the house. So he takes care of this, and Miss Anna Diaz takes care of all of our contracting, all of our charter school contracts. So thank you both for coming tonight. As you indicated, I am bringing to you 3 resolutions, one for each charter school that has received a score high enough and is eligible to earn 1 additional contract year. Policy LBD allows for each charter school to earn an additional contract term based on their overall annual performance subject to board approval. To be eligible for a contract extension, the charter school must earn an overall score of 90% or higher. In your board packet, the Annual Performance Review, or APR, represents performance during the school year 2020 through 2021, so last school year. Each contract requires a separate resolution that each of you have as an agenda item. Each must be voted on individually. However, I will only present one time, and everything that I'm covering pertains to all 3. The Annual Performance Review document is compiled and issued by our Educational Insights Department. The purpose of the APR is to summarize the charter school's cumulative performance, compliance data, and provides a means to differentiate amongst charter schools by the performance in 4 areas. Academic achievement, which encompasses school performance framework, or the SPF, and the district approved accreditation status. The performance indicator is worth 40% and is most heavily weighted. The second is financial accountability, which consists of current ratio, operating reserve, annual net income, timely submission of annual audit, and several business rules. Business rules are reserved and used if needed, if something is triggered that may cause an immediate board action, such as a material weakness finding on an annual audit, filing bankruptcy, or failure to pay taxes. But the 4 listed measures are the most common in measuring a school's financial health, and collectively, it is weighted the second heaviest at 30%. Governance includes compliance and special education services provided, the health and safety compliance of regulatory requirements, compliance with the current contract, and other reporting requirements such as student count submission. This area is weighted at 15%. And finally, the 4th is operations, which covers attendance, truancy, parent and staff satisfaction surveys, the student improvement plan, and staff retention rate, and it is also weighted at 15%. This report also serves as the primary performance indicator of a charter school's health during a charter renewal application review, which we will be talking about in a year for a couple of our charter schools. In your board packet, you will find a copy of all of the backup data for the APRs, the contract mods, and the resolutions. You will see that there is in each of the 4 performance areas a scale ranging from 1 to 4, 4 being the highest. Using this scale, 1 indicates at the top of the column turnaround, 2 indicates priority improvement, 3 indicates improvement, and 4 equals performance. You will see that the very first topic that we're talking about, community prep, has earned an overall performance score of 94.0%. It's at the bottom right-hand corner. Eastlake Charter School, the next agenda item, has earned a 90%. And your third agenda item is Roosevelt Charter Academy, earning a 96.6%, making them all eligible for 1-year contract extensions. Policy LBD does limit contract extensions to a total of 10 years, so we can only extend up to 5 additional years. It is noteworthy that we have 2 charter schools that have earned their limit, but have earned and scored high enough on their APR if they were eligible to have earned an additional year, and that is both SEVA and Academy ACL, but they are at their maximum. Also in your packet is the corresponding resolutions and mods. Your approval only extends the contract end date by 1 year. All other terms and conditions remain unchanged. If you approve tonight, we will execute the contract mod and send the copies of the resolutions mods to the State Board of Education as required. In closing, this action is an indicator of the quality charter school authorizer this board models and the charter schools you authorize. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Odom, and also all the representatives that I hear from the charters, either in person or online, that are joining us. And thank you for the work that your team puts into evaluating this, whether that's you or Ms. Anna Diaz out there putting in all the work, and Mr. Brandon Comfort out there to evaluating all this. With that, board questions. You can ask questions on all 3 charters, and the motion that's on the floor is for community. But once you ask all the questions for the 3 charters, we'll vote on first the community prep, and then go to subsequent motions and vote on it. Director Loma.
Oh, well, This question is when you said the other charter schools are at their max. Okay. What does that mean? Oh, we're going to negotiate another new contract with them? Or is that what you're hinting at later on?
That's a great question. Thank you, Director Loma. I tried to skip out some of my presentation to save time. I shouldn't have done that. They will be up for contract renewal, which means they submit a skinny application, and that this APR data supports and gives you the rear view mirror performance indicators. What they really need to tell you in a renewal app is how they're moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Nelson.
So I'm not sure, excuse me, I don't know if I address it to the representatives from the charter schools. I'll just throw out my questions and whoever wants to come up and answer. I just noticed that community prep charter, their parent satisfaction survey ranked a little low, and just, I don't know, maybe this isn't even something that I should be asking. I know they have their own board that will hold them accountable, so if that's the case, by all means, correct me, but just wanting to make sure that they have a plan to address that parent satisfaction survey and the results that came in a little low.
Yeah, Director Nelson, thank you for the question. And Mr. Slansky, unfortunately, is out of town. Otherwise, he would be here, I think, to answer that question specifically. So you're exactly right. They do have their own board. And our timeline to get the APR to them is really so they can share their APR findings with their board, and then they're responsible for addressing the concerns that their board would bring up. Ultimately, for us, as long as the concerns are not substantial and they cross that 90% threshold, they are awarded a contract extension of a year if they're allowed to and they're not needed to do a resubmittal.
Okay, got it. So basically, if they hit the 90 or above, we just kind of give a thumbs up.
We do, and again, as Ms. Odom described, the weights in the APR are established, and so something like a parent survey is not weighted as heavily as their school performance framework score or some financial metrics.
Okay.
So obviously a lower score in one area can have a much more significant impact than in other areas.
Okay, thank you.
Just following up on that, is there a reason then why they scored a 1 on our APR ranking? Is how we evaluate them, is there a reason why they scored 1? Is that because they didn't have a parent satisfaction survey at all? 1 would be the very lowest.
It can be that they just didn't turn in a parent satisfaction survey. It also could be that the data was low, and we did have more significant issues with survey responses last year, because this again is the 2021 school year than we have had historically.
Okay. Director Nelson.
So then, I guess similarly with the East Lake School, they were at a 90, and their annual net income was marked at a 1, and just, I just noticed that. So I'm assuming their board is handling it, but.
And Ms. Berry actually is here. I don't know if she wants to come up and speak to that, but yes, absolutely. So that's an example of a highly weighted area, and financial viability obviously is important. Their overall score, though, did get them right in that threshold to still manage for a contract extension. However, those are ongoing conversations that I have with the charter school leadership.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you.
If I may add just one clarification, within each of these boxes, there's a comments. So if they receive a 1 or a 2, there's going to be a comment that explains why they received that lower scoring.
Principal Berry, do you have anything to add to what Dr. Comfort? Oh, you are up behind that. Do you want to come up, Ms.?
My board president is here also.
Okay,
So I would love for
great.
him to come up to
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
One of the questions that I do have is maybe you can also talk about your school enrollment, because that could directly impact your net income that's coming in, that's out there. Where are you with your student enrollment over the past year or so?
Definitely. Like a lot of schools, we've seen a decrease just because of COVID. We did get the Blended Learning Initiative, which helped us increase our enrollment. We counted last October, I believe 92, however, we are at 103. We did decide to open up our school for entering freshmen. which those of you who are familiar with Eastlake know we used to be 16 to 21. We've seen a lot of children who struggled in 8th grade, and we want to capture them now. We want to help support them now. We know our individualized planning and our pacing, student pacing, helps students. So that's definitely helping, because even right now, we've gotten so much support from D11 with referrals from Mitchell, from Tesla, and my largest group right now are the 14 and 15-year-olds, the younger kids that struggle first semester, and the administrators at those schools realized that and sent them to Eastlake for that support. So we are slowly but surely climbing up. As students come back, we're also continuing that blended learning initiative, so we'll still offer that in the fall. We do have one more year on that one. And we also applied for the Emergency Connectivity Fund to get more Chromebooks that have chipsets so that we can support students who are working from home, who have childcare issues, so they can continue their diploma journey from home also. So we're moving in the right trajectory.
Well, thank you for that. And I think, if I remember right, pre-COVID, your numbers were closer to 300 or so.
And,
would that be right?
About 2017, yes, sir.
Yeah,
We were at 290.
290,
Yeah.
300.
Mhm.
And now you are at 100, or October count was less than 100. So
Yes, sir.
that talks to my next follow-up question would be the financial viability. Is there a enrollment number that you need to reach to be financially viable going forth?
Definitely. We agree with D11 that 150 would be the nice number. However, we're looking at 200. Just to continue that programming, that individualized programming. We also my board decided to utilize an outside marketing company. Charter School Capital has partnered with us, and they are working on all of our marketing, so you may see Eastlake around a little bit more, because they definitely want us out in the community and showing people who we are and what we can do.
Back to you, Director.
Thank you for being here. So did I hear you say that in the fall you're going to add a grade, add the freshmen? Is
Well,
that what
we've
you were
always
saying?
been 9th through 12th grade. However, we focused on students that were 16 to 21.
Okay.
So now we're taking off the number and just saying 9th through 12th grade, up to the age of 21, can attend Eastlake.
And that'll be happening this fall, this
That's
coming
actually
fall?
happening now. Like
Oh,
I said, I
okay.
did take some transfers. However, we're at the end of the school year, so we've paused on that, because coming in now, you're not going to get a lot, you'll only be there for a little bit. But we are taking future enrollments now also for students that want to come in the fall.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you again for being here.
Definitely.
Director Jorgensen.
You can stay there, CJ.
Yes, sir.
I visited CJ, what was that?
Wednesday.
Last week?
Yes,
Yeah.
food truck day.
Yeah,
Yes,
food
sir.
truck day. So she had food truck out for all of her kids there. So it was part of Teacher Appreciation Week. So her and I chatted in the parking lot. And I believe you had mentioned not wanting to get too much bigger than that 150 because of the individualized learning that you were offering at your campus. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Part of our plan is to ensure that every single student gets the supports and accommodations they need, regardless of if they have an IEP or a 504 or anything like that. Every student gets an individualized learning plan. In order to do that, it gets really hard and shaky when you get into the 300 realm. And I was a assistant principal back then, so I know what that does to the teachers and to the student and the learning environment. So my board's made it a point to make sure that we, in the future, when we're planning strategically, that we're looking at how far should we go before the program starts to suffer, and we don't want to cross that threshold.
Great. And a follow-up question, looking at your graduation rates and your dropout rates through the CDE website, it looks like we have some lower graduation rates and some higher dropout rates. I know that you're working with a significantly impacted group of kids.
Yes.
Is that kind of, that's the rationale I'm seeing, visiting your campus and knowing how you guys are taking care of kids that were on the fray or dropouts, and now we're trying to come back and say, I at least need my GED, or I need my diploma to go pursue this technical trade or whatever. So looking at this on the PDF, it looks grim, but knowing that your campus is helping with at-risk youth, is that kind of the rationale behind this, or is there another way to explain that?
No, definitely.
Okay.
And the board has made a decision, again, strategically planning for the future, to go for grants that help support that. So for example, we are a recipient of the EASY grant, and the number one thing that we're looking at for EASY grant is our dropout rate and parental involvement. Just like we had heard with the Swagger, program.
Right.
Parent involvement is so important. And so we are working diligently to get our parents more involved. And it does help to have the younger kids because the parents come from middle school and they're used to PTA. And so we're pulling on that threshold and trying to get them involved.
Good, thank you. That was one of my concerns. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Director Art.
Thank you. This is not just for you folks at Eastlake, but also for community prep. And I'll start with Roosevelt, actually, because one of the things important to me is learning more about your governing team. And so I go visit the websites, and Roosevelt has their last meeting information January. So it's not quite up to date. But I would say for Eastlake and community prep, please get your governance, your agendas and your minutes in order. They're not to be found. One is, Eastlake, there's a January agenda, I believe, but the minutes aren't there. And community prep is a little longer, further back. So my request to you would be to bring those up to speed, because you're receiving public funds, you're public entity essentially, and that's important. And that aside, I appreciate the work that all of your charters are doing and that you're working with these populations of students. And like Director Jorgensen visiting Eastlake, I was at Community Prep a while back, and just keep up the good work. Thanks.
Director Loma.
Well, I'm pretty well versed on your program. I know some of the founding board members, and you provide a service for us, because these kids, we would have lost them for the most part. And so that's just a challenge in itself. And of course the graduation rate, dropout rate, most of these kids probably already dropped out, and you're trying to pull them back in. And that's a tough gig right there, a real tough gig. And I just want to commend you for being there, vice principal to principal. And I'm assuming you're relatively new to the board?
Yes, if I may. Good afternoon, directors. My name is Stan Bendawa, and I'm president of the board of Eastlake High School. I've had the honor and pleasure of serving as president over the last two years, and I've been a board member for a total of 3 years.
Okay.
As CJ has mentioned, as you see, Eastlake is going through a lot of change, which I think is all for the positive. She mentioned all the initiatives that we have in place, looking at improving our enrollment and a lot of the flexible programming that we offer. So those are a lot of things that we have in the works at the moment, and I think when we get to the end of next year, we'll see that we've met our goals as far as increasing our enrollment count, which would help our financial stability as an organization.
Yeah. Well, I just want to thank you. Keep up the hard work. You're doing yeoman's work there. It's tough. And to get 90%, and when I look at the parent assessment, I go, well, I kind of know that the clientele you're dealing with, and it's going to be, you're going to have to go probably the extra mile with the parents, because it's tough. And when you're dealing with 21-year-olds, I don't know if do you still do parent assessment when they're over 18?
If they're living with a parent or guardian, they have a right to know what's going on with their kids, so yes.
Okay, but if they're not?
If they're not, we try to find them other supports, hopefully other family members or community members, because
Yeah.
every kid is more successful when they have that full team of
Correct,
support.
correct. Well, interesting. How many 21-year-olds, or do you have a lot over 18?
Right now, for 21, I only have 10.
You have how many?
10.
Only 10. The way she
I'm
said
used some more.
Okay, no, yeah, well, thank you again for what you're doing.
Yeah, and I will add to what Director Loma is talking about. This is the last chance opportunity for some of these students. And this is a vulnerable student population that if not for this opportunity, they could be, getting into trouble in other ways, like Director Loma often mentioned. So thank you for the service that you are providing, and hopefully you can increase your enrollment and become financially stable. Any other questions on this Eastlake or any of the other charter schools that? Okay, seeing none. The motion on the floor right now, let me repeat that again, that is to approve resolution 2022-42, which extends the contract term by 1 year for community prep school. Roll call, please, Kathy, for that motion.
Mrs. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Aye.
Mr. Loma?
Aye.
Mr. Melpacum?
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson?
Aye.
Mrs. Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Congratulations to Community Prep School. Your contract was extended by the board for 1 year. Moving on to contract award charter school modification for Roosevelt Charter Academy. Director Art, can you please make the motion for action item F5?
Yes, I move that the Board of Education approve Resolution 2022-44, which extends the contract term C 2015-0002 by 1 year, such that the contract term now ends June 30, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please, Kathy.
Mrs. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Aye.
Mr. Loma?
Aye.
Mr. Melpacum?
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson?
Aye.
Mrs. Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Congratulations to Roosevelt Charter Academy for the contract extension till 2024. Moving on to F6. Vice President Jorgensen, can you please make the motion for action item F6?
I move that the Board of Education approve Resolution 2022-43, which extends the contract term C 2021-0042 by 1 year, such that the contract term now ends June 30th, 2025.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please, Kathy.
Mrs. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Aye.
Mr. Loma?
Aye.
Mr. Melpacum?
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson?
Aye.
Mrs. Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The contract for Eastlake has been extended by 1 year. And again, congratulations to all of you for being here. And thank you for being here again this evening. There are no budget transfers. Moving on to action item F8. Treasurer Nelson, can you please make the motion for action item F8?
I move that the Board of Education approve the Spark Online School of Innovation application as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. This item was presented to the board as a non-action item at the April 13th regular meeting. That was about a month back now. Dr. Glidich, do we have any new information for our review?
No, sir, there's no new information at all, and I believe we've answered all the questions that have been presented by board members. The principal responded and Dr. Comfort as well, so no new information.
Okay, and just to provide some context to the public too, since then some board members had an opportunity to visit Spark Online. They have a physical location at Trailblazer, so I got to visit Spark Online along with some of the board directors. Got to visit some of your online classrooms. Principal Johnson is there at the back of the room, interact with students. So any specific questions from the board before I move to a roll call? Director Nelson.
I had a quick question on the application as far as with the pathways, that it sounds like you're kind of trying to do all 4 pathways with one school, and that sounds like a lot. So I'm just making that comment, but when there's curriculum, will it still go through the normal District 11 process for curriculum review and approval?
Yes,
Okay.
we're certainly going to, go through the regular processes. The challenge there, well, going back to the 4 pathways, it's that immersive experience for our 9th grade students, if you recall, because they don't have enough information to choose one of those. And we're carefully planning that out, as you know. But as far as curriculum, the process that we go through is to first look at the core curriculum chosen by the district and make sure that it's well suited to an online blended model. And if it's not, we want to make sure that we have the right resources for our learners in this model. And then going through all the proper, processes through curriculum and instruction department for those approval processes. And again, it just comes down to getting the best learning for this model for our students. So,
Will there be, will you partner at all with our Pathways schools that do align with the pathways you're offering?
We know in some capacity, a lot of this is, being built out right now. One example of that alignment as we roll out the quarterly assessments, or not quarterly, the quarterly overviews and the blueprints, that's going to be a place for us to collaborate with other D11 schools in that, and specifically, it probably be of great value for us to collaborate with other pathway schools that are, doing a similar vein of learning. Yeah.
Okay, just food for thought.
Yeah.
And then come back to me. I think I have another question, but I just need to look back at my notes.
So my understanding is the School of Innovation application that is coming in front of the board, it's only for the high school, not for kinder to middle school.
That is correct.
Okay, so
Yes.
kinder to middle school is going to follow the same curriculum as the rest of the school district. You are not opting for any waivers or anything
No,
for your
sir.
elementary and middle school?
No.
Okay. Any other questions? So I will wait for Director Nelson if she has any further questions for you. Looks like she's ready, Director Nelson.
I enjoyed my visit with you the other day, and so just thank you for the time that you spent with me. I did have a question about the business and industry, and it stating that it's how is the world organized, and I was just curious, when I think about business and industry, I'm thinking economics, finance, that kind of thing. So will that be incorporated as well? Just how is the world organized is not how I would have thought about business and industry.
Absolutely. If you recall, is this at the right angle? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We have those overarching themes, and then within that, we have all of these different ways that we can approach that. So as we've designed those micro courses underneath that macro lens to make sure that we're fulfilling economics and business and expanding that too to cybersecurity, all the different areas that would fall into that category. But yeah, absolutely, that's part of that course of study within there. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So then, like arts and civic engagement, and I'm sorry for asking these questions now. I didn't have them with me.
No,
when
it's fine.
I met with
Yeah.
you, but with the civic engagement, to me, that would be, civics class, government class. Is that also going to be incorporated
Yes.
then? Okay.
Yeah. Again, we're going to make sure that our students aren't at any disadvantage in any of the systems that we live in, the credit requirements. In fact, I think they'll be at an advantage because we're developing those skills on the graduate profile and making sure that we're putting students in situations where they have to demonstrate all of those skills repeatedly, and that's part of the way in which we evaluate their learning. It's an evidence of learning protocol that we do with the portfolio defense. So
Okay.
I would say it's certainly not a less than pathway, but perhaps a more than pathway.
Yeah. So overall, you speak to on your slides about answering the question, who am I? And how do I work with others? I was just curious. I mean, that's like big picture stuff. So you could answer that a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Just curious if you could speak to that a little bit.
Absolutely.
What lens are we?
Yep, because when we talk about learning through inquiry, it's putting kids into that cognitive reflection, and that's a lot of what high school is all about, is discovering who we are in a safe place where we can nurture that and develop that so that students have that confidence and skill set so that they can be successful in the world. And so when we talk about those specific thematic inquiries, those are more specific to that area and content. But when we think about who am I and how do I work with others, that crosses everything that we do. And we know that as adults functioning in the world, we have to have that self-awareness, and that's a big thing to develop in our students in school. And how do I work effectively and productively with others to get things done? And, we have all witnessed in the past years the importance of our ability to be able to connect with people. And so that's embedded in every single pathway. It doesn't matter, if if their passion and interest is the arts, we still need to know about ourselves and how to work with others. I always give this example, and pardon me if you've heard this before, my 2 grown children are very, very different. One is an international banker, and the other one is a professional ballet dancer. But they need to know themselves, and they need to know how to work with others. It does not matter what pathway, you take after your K-12 experience. We have to develop those skills, and those are 2 that just cut through everything that we do. And so that's with intentionality that we've designed this school for. So yeah.
Okay, thank you for explaining a little bit of that background. I remember when I met with you, you were estimating around, I think it was 40 ninth graders, just based on the current 8th grade moving up.
50, yeah.
Oh, 50,
Yeah.
okay. So then do you have any estimates on the 10th grade enrollment, what you're looking at? Have you had anybody enroll?
We have.
Oh, yeah.
We have, and we are just at kind of the beginning stages of partnering with Devra and the marketing contract that we have established. And so starting to build that out, we have a iHeartRadio podcast piece or gosh, I'm so tired. I'm so
I know,
sorry.
it's late. It was late last time,
spot,
too.
that's the word. A podcast spot going out there, and we're trying to track that data and being really intentional about finding how did you hear about us. So we're hopeful that the efforts will result in those enrollments. That was something that we did not intentionally plan for to launch 10th grade. So, we're adjusting our sales a little bit, but I'm confident we've had such great growth this year. There's no reason to believe that won't continue to go. We did have a parent focus group, and student focus group, feedback group this morning, and it was wonderful. So we engaged our school community and heard some great feedback from them. So we're confident that we'll continue growing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, that was all I had. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Director Nelson. And during my visit, I talked to you too about some of the student enrollment, and you were so positive out there, and you said this is an innovative program that you need some time to get a foothold in there, but that you are going to be growing the student enrollment out there. You have a robust staffing allocation for you, and that some of the projected enrollment that came from our central admin, that does not match with what you have in terms of anticipation for your fall enrollment out there. So, and a couple of other things that we talked about, one was that location where now you have high school kids that might have to come into that campus for lab work or anything like that, and you are located in an elementary school building, and hopefully that communication goes through to that whole Trailblazer community, that's what is going to happen. Just a feedback to you, and I'm sure you have that in your mind. And the last thing was also brought about, you said you are looking into transportation for some of that outdoor programs that you have, and maybe you will find some innovative ways to address that. So good luck, and we are rooting for you. We want you to succeed, and this is an opportunity for us not only to go outside the district boundaries, but you can go the whole of Colorado is your recruiting pool. So we look forward to the fall when earlier this during the session when we had that recognition for the Crystal Apple Award, one of your students was out there talking, and so that was good to see. So good luck, and hope you thrive and succeed, and you come back to the board next year and say we need to move into a bigger building location. I've talked to Dr. Comfort also about the avenue of homeschooling. Parents, or when you talked about that as an option where we can get those parents once, or those students who are being homeschooled once or twice, that's a potential where we get 50% of their the pupil funding, something to that. So you don't need to talk about that, but I'm just saying there is potential, there is a lot of potential out there to add to the enrollment numbers out there. Director Ott.
Thank you. You put it out there, President Malpacum, that high school students will be on this campus, and I feel like that should be addressed because my understanding, which you shared with me, was that it was going to be suitably addressed. And I'd just like to give you that opportunity because that sounds like there would be concerns, but you have a plan.
We certainly do. We would make sure that those days are scheduled and that they would not be during Trailblazers drop-off or pickup time. So the students have a separate entrance into our building, and they would be at a set time and contained. For those of you that have been out there, you know we're in a wing of the building and highly supervised. So I don't really have any big concerns about that. And the type of the work that they'll be engaged in is project-based learning. They're not going to be wandering around campus or anything like that. They're engaged in working on their project together. So, and of course, we're going to be keeping an eye on it. And if we ever feel like anybody is not safe or it's not a good situation for Trailblazer, we want to be good tenants of that building. We'll certainly, draw attention to that from Dr. Comfort and work together to find a solution to solve that problem.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for providing that answer for our community too. I had talked to you personally and I knew the answer to that, and so it's good that Director Art brought it up, so the greater community knows the answer now. With that, roll call please. Thank you. Roll call please, Kathy.
Mrs. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Aye.
Mr. Loma?
Aye.
Mr. Melpacum?
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson?
Aye.
Mrs. Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Congratulations. And the motion has been adopted. Director Daniels, can you please make the motion for action item F9?
Yes, I move that the Board of Education approve the spring 2022 new course and instructional materials as presented.
Moved and seconded. This item was again presented about 4 weeks back at the April 13th regular meeting. Dr. Glidich, do you have any new information for our review?
Yes, board members, I do, and you are correct. This was brought to you as a non-action item on April 13th, and we did share with you at that time it may take 2 board meetings to bring this item back to you because we were working on the final decisions with our math curriculum. And so I'm pleased to share with you that all materials that we're prepared to present to you tonight are contained in the instructional materials document that's attached to your board docs. The materials shared with you tonight represent standards-aligned, rigorous instructional materials that will best support our students moving forward. We have Sherry Callback, Carol Gates, and content facilitators here this evening to answer any questions that you may have since it was brought to you as a non-action item in the first, I guess that was back on April 13th, like Parth said. But I also wanted Sherry to give you a brief overview about what we actually added to this document that would be new for you, and that would specifically be our math curriculum.
Sure.
So Sherry, could you share that information?
I'd be happy to. The pieces that you'll see tonight are Eureka as a core math curriculum, Dreambox as a supplemental math curriculum. We did have a wide-ranging committee who looked at, Director Nelson, to your questions earlier this evening when we were listening to the assessment platform. You know, we look at a number of components to make sure that any curriculum that we're putting in front of our students is really our best option for our students. We start with an alignment to Colorado standards. If material is not aligned to our standards, it's really not worth our teachers and students' time. We look carefully at the level of rigor and the depth included in the program. We want and need materials that are going to help our students, in this case, understand math at a deeper level, not just to be able to plug and chug through a procedure, but to have a conceptual understanding as well of why that procedure works, why that particular rule is the one that we use for a certain process in math. And our current Colorado academic standards really require that of us for math. We do talk with other districts who are using the materials. We want to hear from them what their experience has been, both from a teacher and a student perspective, and what they're seeing happen through the use of those materials. We do have a process to make sure that the electronic portion of this can connect appropriately with the platforms that we already have in place. And so our ITLS department is part of this process. And then, of course, we look at the teacher response to the materials. They're our best experts. They're in the classrooms every day with students. They know our standards well. And so we do want to make sure that we're gathering their input and feedback as we make choices about which curriculum would be best for our students. I also have Carol and Paul, and while math is probably the hot topic for this evening, there are other materials and other courses on that approval document this evening. And so we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Director Jurgensen.
Just two questions, one about Dreambox and then one about one of the books. For Dreambox, I know I was a little grumpy in the summer meeting when Dreambox, Dr. K, he looked at me, he's like, I know what he's grumpy about us not getting the data that we wanted for that pre-post test assessment in the summer school timeframe. That being said, it sounds like we have an answer to that now for this summer bridge. Dr. K, is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, and so Dreambox is more just that secondary piece. Why did we not just go with just Eureka? What did Dreambox bring to the table that wasn't in Eureka or that made us want to buy both these?
Sure. Eureka is a core math material, so intended for regular classroom instruction Monday through Friday with all 25 of your students in your classroom. Dreambox is a supplemental or a tier 2, so you might think of it as an intervention or an enrichment product that's used for a more specific purpose to meet narrower student needs.
Okay, sounds good. And then, so my other question then was about the complete Persepolis. Is that how I would say that?
Okay.
So I just did, a little bit of summary review of these books, and it's the complete version. So my concern is, I'm not aware that it's high school. It would be a much different thing if it was middle school, with some of this young lady's stories. But in the second volume, there's quite a bit of things around sex and her, personal things with that, and a suicide attempt in there. Just wondering if that, with that teacher and his design of that curriculum, did we look at all that?
I'm going to phone a friend on that one and ask Carol Gates to come up.
Okay.
You always come with the easy questions.
Of course.
I think that what I tried to do is I looked at Common Sense Media and I looked at some other reviews of that. And so the age range, I think, is very aligned to what they
That's
expect.
why I was okay with it.
Right.
Yeah,
And so
middle school I
think
would have
that-
X'd it.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing we talk about with our teachers, right? They're the professionals that help certain things come through in a way that makes sense to kids. That usually when it's any sensitive material, as you know, we have a policy for that where they have to let the parent know ahead of time to pre-review. If this is something you're not comfortable with, we'll give your child something else. This is part of the way of just trying to make sure we have a diverse set of types of experiences of our students that we have in our classrooms.
Would this one qualify for an opt-out?
Sure.
Okay, just
Sure.
wondering on that.
Yeah, we can ask that of the teacher. I think that's easy enough. And usually they take, they err on the side of caution because families need to have a say in what their teachers are learning.
I'd
or what their
appreciate that.
kids are
Just with
learning.
the second volume, it seems particular.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah,
those
I
are my-
did check it a couple times and tried to find a couple things. Of course, it was all about the movie, and I had to find the text.
Right,
but
yeah, that's
think
why
we
I had
did
to
try
find the
look.
text review as well. So thank you
Yeah,
very much. I
of course.
appreciate it. Oh, I guess what would be a good follow-up on making sure that that's a opt-out is sent on that book?
Okay. You want to follow up? Is that what you
Yeah, what would be an appropriate way to follow up on that?
Are you asking me? Like, what's an appropriate way?
You, our superintendent,
Okay.
our deputy.
You will take care of-
I'm writing it down right
Okay,
now.
okay,
and
appreciate
we
it.
debrief the board meeting, we'll figure that out.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Ms. Gates said that she's taking care of it. Director Nelson.
So you mentioned that other school districts, I'm talking about the math curriculum.
Okay.
That we do refer to them and seeing how the student achievement and growth. I wanted to know what kind of achievement levels that you see with the Eureka and Dreambox?
Sure. And I think Paul can probably speak to that a little more specifically.
Good evening. How are you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
So when it came to Eureka and Dreambox and our other programs that were brought in April, I went through and contacted as many past performance schools that I've used it in the past as I could. When it came to the Eureka and Dreambox side of things, I wasn't able to get a hold of districts that have used it in the past, so I used references within our district of the 15 schools that we had pilot Eureka Math this year. We used a lot of feedback from those schools on not only what went well, what didn't go well, but in planning forward, how can we avoid some of the pitfalls that we had as we entered this year. Same thing with Dreambox. We had 20 elementary schools using that as well as our 8 middle schools, so we relied heavily on feedback and data from those schools as we went through evaluating which ones we wanted to move forward. Again, a potential benefit to having these moving forward too is that we have schools that have already used it, so we can start using forward thinking and how to plan for that moving forward.
So did you compare the schools that are currently using it and like Dr. K's team with the data that they pull as far as growth and achievement? And I mean, did you see that, hey, the schools that are currently using Eureka had higher growth scores or that kind of thing?
Specifically with Dr. K, I did not meet with his team, but I've met with like Phil Hutcherson, my partner, and we kind of analyzed schools that have used those programs to close enough of a fidelity that we could trust that the data that was coming with it would match with results. And we found that the majority of schools that were using it to that level did have good growth results from the year of piloting. We had some hiccups as we entered this year in getting materials in the hands of people. So was it a full year of fidelity? No, but our schools and our teachers really utilized myself and Phil to come out and support the schools as they were using it through this year. And I feel like that was a good benefit for the results that they saw at the end of the year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want to make sure that for the investment we're making and the time commitment that we're getting something that we're going to see our students succeed and that they're going to be able to understand math.
Yeah, and one of the other things to remember too is that this was a decision by the committee, the RFP committee, and there were a lot of teachers that were a part of that committee. Teachers that used the piloted programs that I mentioned, like 15 schools using Eureka. There were teachers a part of that team. And then there were also teachers that used the other piloted program that were a part of that team too. Okay. So there were strategic decisions on the people that were put on this committee so that when we came through with a decision, there was a very collective voice of all users across all our district that could come together and say, this is what we feel is best for our kids moving forward. And a lot of that team was made up of teachers that are currently using our programs.
So I know we haven't discussed price. I think maybe you guys are working on that.
I'm going to phone a friend for that answer. So.
I just want to state that, I mean, you're asking us to approve something without knowing how much we're paying for it.
So we're not doing contract approval tonight. This is just approval of materials. And anytime we approve a curriculum, we bring forward the entire curriculum for approval. It does not necessarily mean that we will be buying the entire curriculum. But if we were to find grant funding, other funding resources 2 years from now, and we have the entire curriculum approved, then we can go out and buy supplemental pieces that may not have been part of that initial purchase.
Mm-hmm. I'd also like to add to that, when the board approves curriculum, if any school would like to purchase any of those additional materials as well to support their own school efforts, because everyone has different needs, with the board approving it, it gives the schools the opportunity to go ahead and make that purchase. And the other thing I think, I believe, and Chris Odom, we bring contracts to the board if they're at a certain level, but if they're not at a certain level, they don't necessarily come to the board. Contracts, I don't want to talk about any specific contract, but our board policy doesn't require certain contracts to come. I just want to make sure the board knows how we do work.
Thank you, Dr. Gleditch.
You might have
Policy.
to remind me.
Thank you. You're the one that helped us create this exemption a long time ago. Policy DJ exempts central office material curriculum purchases from coming to the board for approval. At the time we did that, it's probably been 10 years ago since that exemption was added into policy DJ. And part of the rationale was that you already are approving the material content, and all we are doing is putting a contract in place. So this is exempt from board approval as a contract. Did that answer?
I think it does, and I think also with any kind of contract like this, if the department has the dollars, then they make the purchases. We expedite and get that work done. If a contract were to come forward and would need additional dollars, then the department may have to come to the board for some type of additional dollar request. So if it's not contained within their budget for curriculum, so to speak, then they would have to come to the board. But I will also share with you that working through this process, along with Sherry Callback and Glenn Gustafson and the team, one of the things that Glenn talked to me about and I talked to him about is that we need to plan moving forward for curriculum adoption. Because we're now in the year 2022, and what we're learning is that the adoption of curriculum materials is more than just purchasing books. It's purchasing online license. And so the cost is growing when you purchase a series for an entire level, elementary or middle. So that's something that I could see being a conversation down the road with your new superintendent with not next year's budget, but a future budget, so that our department that really impacts student achievement and growth and is really what we're all about in many respects, has the appropriate curriculum adoption budgets in place. So that would be something that we would want to probably have future discussions on. And I thank Sherry and Glenn and Chris with working with me and Paul and Carol when we were dealing with the math, because that was something that came out, because we kept looking for, where's our 10-year chart? What are we going to do next year? What are we going to do the next year? What's our plan? And with curriculum, you really should have, I'm visualizing a chart like this and all these things, and we should know what we got to adopt over the next 10 years so that we're prepared for it financially, as well as have the level of readiness to implement a new series. So that's the continued conversation that we're having. But with your question, I didn't want you to expect that something was going to come back, but I will keep you posted. Once things are done and we've made those purchases, I could let you know what the cost was.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Or
Well-
Sherry will.
Will that curriculum pricing, all of that, what does that include? Is it textbooks, manipulatives,
It
all
will,
the online
the big
subscriptions?
three areas that it will include are student textbooks, digital licenses, and professional development.
Okay, so then that's where if the school needs the manipulatives, it has to come out of their budget type of thing, or?
Paul is engaging in an inventory of the manipulatives currently at school sites, but through our work to date, we believe that most of our schools have most of the manipulatives that they need currently.
okay.
We do also have some supply in our curriculum and instruction warehouse that we will work to get out to schools who are in need. And any gap that would still need to be filled, we can support schools with through our curriculum and instruction budget.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further questions? So what I'm hearing from the board directors is that, and I can share my own thoughts on it. I'm not the expert in picking the right curriculum for our students. That's your job. You are the professionals, and you put together a team out there that's investing a lot of time and energy and resources to pick the right curriculum. What we want to ensure is that this is the curriculum that is going to end up providing the best outcomes for our students. And what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Bungie, did I get your name right? Yep. Okay.
He would tell you if he did anyway.
But I just want to make sure that this product is going to provide the supports and resources that our teachers need to ensure quality academic outcomes for our students in the classroom. Yep.
Go right
I
ahead.
think your committee feels very strongly that that's the answer to that question is yes.
Yeah, and we came to a consensus vote at the end of our process that we felt that this was, out of all of the ones that we vetted through, I mean, our teachers spent countless hours that they invested in this process, and I have faith and confidence that the ones that we have put forward are the best that we can put forward in the hands of our teachers and our students.
How many curriculums did you start with?
Can I?
Approximately. You can answer that? Okay. Okay. That's confidential information, I guess. I'm just kidding.
Because we're not done yet, Bart.
Oh, okay. That sounds good. Okay. And then what Ms. Callback was talking about, professional development, that is part of this package. There will be an opportunity for our teachers to get comprehensive professional development on using this curriculum, and we are not throwing them at the deep end of the pool and saying, hey, figure it out yourself.
It is one of the big goals and initiatives of this RFP team, outside of what we could get in the hands of teachers and students, that the learning for our teachers had to be there. Being a teacher myself, that lens came to the table full front, that it's absolutely paramount that our teachers know how to use what they're getting.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Awesome.
Add on to that one?
Yep.
Yep.
After we complete the potential problem analysis meeting that Dr. Gleditch has referenced on Friday, I have plans to pull together a group of every department or owner of professional development in August and September to make sure we can put together a comprehensive calendar that's not asking teachers and principals to be in more than one place at a time. That's going to be a tricky jigsaw puzzle to put together, but we are going to work toward a very good result at the end of that.
And lastly, and I'll come to you, Director Nelson, after this. In future years' contract, we would have to only purchase that online part of it, because we already have the physical textbooks.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, if this is a resource that's not ending up working in 2 or 3 years' time, we don't have to go to the full extent. Hopefully that isn't the case, because we are asking, I would prefer that there is some stability and consistency, and we are not consistency. So we are not asking our teachers to every 2 years change curriculum or learn a new assessments, but just wanting to make sure that there is that flexibility if this is.
We're still in contract negotiations, but it is my understanding that all of the curriculum that we're getting ready to enter into contracts is going to be paid for on an annual basis.
Okay. Good enough. Director Nelson.
I understand we're still in negotiations, so that's probably why we didn't get as much information, but I just wanted to point out that with the assessment, we did see the rubrics and we saw the comments and the comparison to the other companies, and now in this case, we're not getting that level of detail.
So for curriculum adoption, it's the curriculum that you're approving. The contract process almost always follows after the adoption happens.
Okay, so we just have to.
Sometimes, it's going to be a small classroom, purchase. If it's a district-wide purchase, what we can do is share certain information, give it to the superintendent, but it's not something that's for public consumption via a Friday night note.
Right. Okay, it's interesting to me that we didn't get as much detail about this curriculum, I guess, and I get there's a reason.
I know. I hope that there's confidence in the process, that we use the same process that we always use. We vet the past performance. We vet that it gives outcomes. We do market research. We have all the stakeholders at all the grade levels come in and touch and feel and see the demonstrations and do the sandbox testing, and they participate in the selection, and that price is the absolute last thing negotiated.
Oh, yeah.
So we normally, when we're coming to curriculum adoptions, aren't even in this position. So it's not a common thing that information would be provided to you.
Okay. And I did want to mention that earlier. Thank you for the reminder that I am thankful for the team and all the hard work that you put into reviewing these curriculums. We do trust the work that you've done. I just like to read people's comments and, what is it you like about it and not, and that kind of thing, so.
Sorry.
You're good.
So, from what I understand, what Dr. Gladich talked about too, when they do figure out the negotiations, you would be able to share the contract details.
We will follow. Yes, sir, I will follow up, or Sherry Callback will follow up.
Okay. So, thank you. And one last question for you, Mr. Buggy, from my side. And this is kindergarten to 8th grade curriculum, right? Math
Yes.
curriculum.
For
So-
both the Tier 1 and the Tier 2.
Tier 2.
Yep.
So, but some of our 8th grade students in 7th and 8th grade do algebra and geometry and things like those.
Yeah.
Does this cover this?
So this is going to be for the mainstream pathways in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. We'll still have to supplement those kids that are on advanced tracks with what we currently have, because the scope of work was only for K-8, so it didn't include those higher level courses that they would be doing for high school in the middle school level. So we'll just have to get a plan together of how we can support those teachers teaching with those materials and making sure that those kids are still getting what they need, because that was not, when you look at a regular 8th grade set of standards, that doesn't include like the algebra and the geometry,
Right.
so it's something separate.
Well, but we do have students who are advanced and do those things at
Yeah, so
middle
we'll just
school.
have
So
to-
we need to be able to provide that support for our teachers out there.
And we'll do that with the current resources that we have.
Okay. Thank you. Good enough. Seeing no further questions, Dr. Glidich, did you have anything to add on?
No, sir, I took some notes.
Okay. Kathy, roll call, please.
Mrs. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Aye.
Mr. Loma?
Aye.
Mr. Melpacum?
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson?
Aye.
Mrs. Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The items, the curricular and new instructional materials item has been approved by the board. F10, recommendations for elementary pathway sites. Director Loma, can you please make the motion for action item F10?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following pathway sites: Bristol and McCullough as STEM pathway schools, Martinez and Columbia as arts integration pathway schools, and Hobart as an outdoor and environmental education pathway school.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. This item was presented to the board as a non-action item at the April 27th regular meeting. And at that meeting, we had a lengthy discussion on this topic. Dr. Gladich, do you have any new information for our review?
No, board members, we have no new information for this item. It was as presented at the last board meeting. There have been no additions or deletions.
Yep. And I want to give a shout out to all these principals that have been waiting here patiently from these schools. And it's 10 o'clock and they are here, and hopefully that passion and commitment that you showed today, showing up for this board meeting and staying up this late, translates into your school, into this academic pathway program, and you can inspire. Because like what we talked about in the previous meeting, you need complete buy-in from your staff for this program to be successful. I do appreciate you all being here. And I do want to turn to the board, especially Director Nelson. You weren't there at that April 27th meeting, so if you had any questions, comments, or thoughts, I wanted to provide that opportunity. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have been watching that meeting that I missed, and I think my only question is just that we've discussed that transportation could possibly be provided. I was just curious, is that currently in the budget recommendation for the Pathways schools?
It is not. It will be a recurring budget item, but we've not actually requested that yet because transportation does not start next year. Just a reminder that the 22-23
you're
school
right.
year is that zero planning year. We have started conversations, though, with transportation to ensure that just from a capacity standpoint, they can support this request. They assure us that they can. And so I do anticipate that there'll be a budget request coming forward at some point in the future for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, seeing no further questions, I do want to address Mr. Kaiser had written an email to the board on this subject matter, and he had mentioned how serving on the AMP steering committee, one of the one of the recommendations from that committee, working with the prior deputy superintendent at that time, that we do need, as a school board, to ensure the success of these programs, maybe provide a facilitator or a coordinator at a later point in time. So the board is open to it, but we would first, want the schools, independent schools out there to do the work out there, and at a later point in time, if that's necessary for the success of your program, please do come to the board. And
Thank you.
make that
I
request.
appreciate that.
Yep.
And I should also mention that we do have coordinators in place for this planning year. Mr. Benji will be working with both of the STEM sites. Ms. McDaniel will be working with both of our arts integration sites, and Mr. Founds will be working with our outdoor and environmental education site in much the same way that Claudette Murtha works with our dual language immersion site currently. So even though it's not a school-based person, there is support in terms of coordinating these programs. And by taking that approach, we actually create a network between our two STEM schools and between our two arts integration schools, which will allow us to increase the consistency of programming across the two sites and allow them to learn both with and from each other.
Terrific. That's good to know that they are going to get some supports
Absolutely.
from the central admin level. And the last comment I have is I talked about Taylor Elementary, particularly last week and 2 weeks back, and I visited Madison and the STEM program. That was a school, one of the schools, and Steele too. So to Madison, STEM, Taylor, Steele. You guys are doing some amazing work out there at your schools, and reach out. You talked about that research and development part of it. Hopefully you can provide some big slice of that pie out there to each of those schools, so they can also engage with their parents and their students and provide a quality education in STEM or arts integration for them.
I believe that Dr. Comfort has actually already started some of that work at schools' request.
Okay.
Some of those schools have already reached out to us, and we've begun the work.
Great. Thank you. Thank you again for the principals for being here. Kathy, roll call, please.
Mrs. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Aye.
Mr. Loma?
Aye.
Mr. Melpacum?
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson?
Aye.
Mrs. Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it, and congratulations to all your schools. So you got your work cut out for you in front of you, this upcoming year being the preparation year for you. So good luck, and we look forward to visiting each of your schools as you develop this program next fall and spring, and visiting your school sites and enjoying what your students have to present to us. Congratulations again. Moving on, action item F11. Yeah, it's time to go and get some sleep. You still have school tomorrow, so. Director Art, can you please make the motion for action item F11?
I move that the Board of Education approve the proposed amendment of MLO PIPs 2021A and 2021B, bringing them back into one single PIP 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded. This item was again presented to the board as a non-action item at the April 27th regular meeting, and we also had the citizen comments at the very beginning, which we didn't have any public comments at that time. Dr. Glidich, do we have any new information?
No, sir, no new information. And Mr. Gustafson, I'm just checking with you. I don't think anything happened today. No, sir, no new information.
Board, any questions? Director Nelson.
So in the language, it speaks to that PIP 2B was intended to offset the financial impact to the district as a result of charter school operations in the district. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding that if we're merging these two PIPs, that now that the district, we're not getting that financial coverage. Is that correct?
Right, we're not getting that transfer into the general fund.
So we're kind of eating.
We
the
are
costs
cutting
then.
our general fund budget by $575,000. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks for that confirmation.
Seeing no further questions, roll call, please.
Mrs. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Aye.
Mr. Loma?
Aye.
Mr. Melpacum?
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson?
Aye.
Mrs. Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it, the motion passes. There are no non-action items, so we are request for new agenda items from board directors. Director Ott.
Thank you. I want to have us have a serious discussion about the bond question that we might want to consider for this fall. I think we've put it off long enough. I'm curious about a timeline, language, and what the will of the board is.
Yep, it is on our agenda, and
When?
I just talked to Dr. Glidich about it earlier today, and right now, next week, we are going to be busy with graduations, and then May 25th, we have a regular board meeting. June 1st, I've talked to Glenn too. June 1st, we have a work session where we are going to talk about the budget, and that's the approving the budget for the next fiscal year, next academic year. And along with that, we are going to have this conversation about the bond.
So I can put it down for June 1st.
June 1st.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, seeing no further requests, calendar review. Upcoming events, graduations, May 17th to 20th, we have graduations. That's all of next week. So the entire board is looking to attend some of these graduations. It's going to be back again at the World Arena. So as things are returning to a sense of normalcy, we've had the past 2 years graduation at Garyberry Stadium. We are returning back for our traditional high schools to the World Arena. So we look forward to meeting our students out there, cheering them on as they walk out there on the graduation stage. May 25th, we have the regular meeting at the boardroom with the executive session and a public meeting at 5:30. And I also want to remind the community, the previous day, May 24th, we will have public interviews of the superintendent candidates at the Tesla Auditorium. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved and seconded. Kathy, roll call, please.
Mrs. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Aye.
Mr. Loma?
Aye.
Mr. Melpacum?
Aye.
Mrs. Nelson?
Aye.
Mrs. Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. We officially adjourned at 10:01 p.m.